1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, everybody, and welcome. I have no idea why I'm counting, but hello, everyone, welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet sitting here today with none other than David Woods. David Woods, how are you doing?
How do you end a video like that? Huh?
What?
Oh, anyway, you started playing your theme song, and so I was watching the January 2nd, 1988 match between Hulk Hogan and King Kong Bundy, and then they cut it off right in the middle of the match. I don't see any part two. Anyway, but it's good because then I'd be watching that right now. Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Yes.
Sometimes I watch cool. Sometimes I'll sit there and finish up a video while your theme song is playing because I've heard your theme song.
Well, you're supposed to hear it every single time, again and again. It's like when people hear the name of Muhammad and they're supposed to say Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam every single time. It's like you did say it 1,000 times in the past, and you did hear people say it again and again, but you have to say it. Otherwise, how dare you? You should hang your head in shame and remember Muhammad's words, who said, "Humiliated be he who hears my name and does not send greetings and does not send prayers upon me."
Hey, you know, it's funny because the actual situation is when you're playing your theme song, I send out the links to everybody, but I have to find a tab. And then if I have a tab and it's close to the end of a video, it's like, oh, I might as well finish that real quick to use that tab to go share it. But I have to finish the video because I can't just click off it because then, you know. And then you didn't see the end of the video. So I try to finish up the video, but then it cuts off in the middle of the fight. Anyway, but anyway, so I finished that tab and now I'm sending out the link on Twitter.
It's kind of funny how
live.
It's kind of funny how we're back and forth talking about completely different things here.
Hey, so you ever heard of King Kong Bundy?
Yeah. So earlier today I was drinking Red Bull and I thought to myself, people are waiting for the red heifer. And I want to drink some Red Bull.
We got to go live if you're drinking Red Bull.
Yes, that's true. Anyway, David, what's up?
I always have to think what I'm going to say. We're live watching Mosab, Hassan, Yusuf. What? Educate,
destroy, annihilate, genocide.
Humiliate who? Who's he humiliating?
People, everyone. I don't know.
Humiliate some clowns.
So we are going to watch a video where Mosab Hassan Yusuf is going to have a conversation with this woman, Rahma Zain, who is an Egyptian journalist, and she looks very tired throughout the whole thing. I don't know why, but they're going to have a discussion about the current war and the protests and things like that. And he's gonna, as you know him, he's going to go off at some point and get very angry. So that's what's going to happen.
Just hey, one second. Don't move. Educate. Rahma Zain.
Yeah, I never heard of her, but apparently she has 1 million followers on
Rahma Zain.
Yes. Rahma Zain.
All right, got it. I'm totally squared away. I shared the link. We're good to go.
My friend, Egyptian atheist, told me earlier that apparently he has a bunch of mutual connections with her, but he never heard of her either, although he is Egyptian and he lived in Egypt. So that's quite funny.
You know what they need to get? Hey, all you critics of Mosab out there, you need someone with an equal level of intensity. That's what you need. We need to look at this screen and we need to see someone else looking like they're glaring into your soul. And about on the verge of eating it. That's what you need someone. That's the look you're going for. If you're going up against, it's like the stare down in boxing. They've actually done studies where it's something like whatever it was. I don't remember the number, but it was like 70 or 80% of the people who win the stare down at the beginning of the fight actually win the fight. It does actually have a psychological impact if you win that stare down. This guy would win a stare down against anybody. So they're already at a disadvantage. Get someone who can win a stare down. They need, you know what they need? They need an actual fighter. Let's get Jake Shields.
That would be a very terrible choice.
Way of saying, Pierce, get Jake Shields versus Mosab here. You'll have to pay Jake, but it'll be worth it. Trust us.
Jake will first agree, and then he will say, "Oh, I don't want to do that. How about Piers? You come to Las Vegas because I don't want to travel so much." And then when Piers is like, "Okay, you know what? We have never ever done this before, but fine. Okay, I'm agreeing to do it." Then he'll say, "Okay, Piers, I'm accepting it, but first you have to fight me." For those who don't know, it's actually
You have to fight me. Whoa! Why won't Mosab fight me? Hey, that would be fun. If these guys actually had a good sense of humor, we could do a funny sketch like that. Like you got Jake Shields on there, and he's in there going, "Yeah, well, if Mosab wants to talk to me like that, why doesn't he fight me?" And all of a sudden, like Mosab disappears off screen, and Jake Shields like, "Yeah, look at him run, look at him run. Yeah, this is why he couldn't." All of a sudden, like Mosab stands up behind him. That'd be awesome.
yeah,
That'd be super intimidating. But like crazy looks standing up behind him.
So for those who are actually not aware, Jake Shields is the conspiracy theorist, now Hitler fan, nut job on Twitter,
Not a fan of Jews.
who is an MMA fighter and who somehow after October 7 turned from, "Oh, I don't have anything against Jews, just against Israel," into Hitler was a good man and he did everything right. Went very quickly. So this guy initially accepted to debate me after challenging everyone who's saying pro-Zionists never want to debate. And I said, "Hey, how about you debate me on these topics?" And he was like, "Okay, if you have a good platform, we can debate." Then Timcast within seconds or within minutes said, "We can host it." And then he was like, "Oh, but it's too much travel and I want to get paid money and all that." And I said, "We can even do it online." And then he disappeared. Eventually he came back and he made a final offer to me after moving the goal point again and again and again and again. He made a final offer and said, "I'll make you a deal since you're obsessed with me and can't stop talking about me," because I'm responding to somebody with a public profile who was talking about the conflict. "I will debate you for 2 hours if you fight me for 60 seconds. Here's an MMA fighter.
A professional
MMA
fighter.
A professional MMA fighter, after agreeing to debate me, backing out and saying, "I will debate you if you fight me for 60 seconds."
You have to fight me.
The last time I fought was in high school or something. I don't know. It was very long ago. Very, very long ago.
You should do it. You should agree and then just tap.
I would probably do that.
Just tap out.
Yeah, I would probably do that. But the thing is, the funny thing to me is when he makes this challenge to me, when he makes this offer and says, "I will debate you for 2 hours if you fight me for 60 seconds. What this shows to me is that he considers himself as low and behind and bad in debating as I am in fighting him, you know? So if we had a fight, he would do to me what I would do to him.
What you're going to do him in debate, yeah.
So this is quite an admission here, isn't it?
Yeah. And I mean, the crazy part, because we see this over and over again, this, "Hey, Charlie, I'll take on anybody." And you say, "Okay, let's do it." And you say, "Fine, let's do it then. Let's set it up." And you say, "Okay, it's set up." "No, I changed my mind." And that means you didn't really want to do it. You didn't think anyone was going to call you on what you said. And then of course they keep changing the conditions and so on. But that's kind of standard, isn't it? I mean, isn't this like exactly like what we've seen from Mohammed Hijab in the past? He was I'll debate. And they said, "Debate Sam Shamoun." He said, "I will if he agrees to fight me." And Sam said, "Okay." and then he backed down. It's like, wait, what?
The thing with Mohammed Hijab is a giant blob. He's not a fighter, but Jake Shields is an actual professional fighter.
Yeah, that is a difference. Like Jake Shields, whatever you want to say about him, Jake Shields would kick the crap out of 3 Mohammed Hijabs.
Yes, but a professional fighter should probably learn that what he's doing here is very unethical.
That's pretty messed up.
and very dangerous too, like challenging a regular untrained person to
Yeah,
a
this
professional
would
fight.
be like me, because I'm not a professional fighter, but I grew up fighting. This would be like me saying like, "Hey, Ali Dawa, you want to debate? Then fight me." It's like, okay, like I'm. It's clear there's clearly a massive mismatch between me and someone like Ali Dawa,
Yeah,
and I would be a total punk for even issuing the challenge, right? Like
yeah,
I would be like the coward if I said, "Hey, little skinny weakling, fight me." But that, I mean, you got Jake Shield, professional fighter. So I mean, you know, he's no longer in his prime. He's way past his prime. But back in the day, the dude is one of the best fighters on the planet. And he's challenging some guy who he already agreed to debate. Okay, fine. You want to debate me like I agreed to? Then you have to fight me.
yeah, yeah,
What a
yeah.
clown, man. That's some
Well,
clown stuff.
and this is right here, by the way. I'm not even making this up. I mean, it's very easily verifiable. I challenged him to a debate after he went around saying nobody debates, and after he called me a Jewish supremacist,
Supremacist.
and then he said, "Sure." If I said, "I challenge you to a debate to debate me on Israel-Hamas war." He said, "Sure, if you have a
You need to challenge him to a spelling contest.
sure if
Like
you have a
Doc
large
Holliday.
platform that we can debate on." He said, and then Lisa, who is who works for Timcast, said we can host you on Tim Pool's Culture War. This happened like within minutes. Like she came here within minutes and made this offer, and he immediately disappeared. And then he started making excuses, and this is how he came back. And the pathetic thing about this is, I mean, in fighting, you challenge somebody to a fight, or you have a fight because it's a competition, right? Because you want to see who is better, or you want to prove yourself. It's quite obvious, and there's no shame. It's quite obvious that this guy is significantly superior to me in fighting. What is even the point? This is so self-humiliating. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
And
it's pretty loserish.
if the people who follow him had some integrity, they wouldn't be noticing this. Instead, they cheer him on with his newfound Muslim
You're so strong and manly.
man. Anyway. Oh, this was, by the way, after what did he say? Oh, this was after I published this post where I debunked this claim that this guy was captured and he was secretly in that this guy was an ISIS leader in Libya, and he turned out to be an Israeli Mossad agent.
Wait, is that the one he claimed?
Ephraim.
Is that the one he claimed to be skeptical of until he seriously investigated it and then found out that it's true? And there's like no source on it.
And I made the post, and I analyzed it, made the post, and basically proved how it's completely nonsensical. It's garbage. It's a hoax. And his response to that was, "I've never met anyone who lies as much as you. I hope Israel at least pays you well."
I hope so too, but sadly.
And all I said was, apparently Jake can prove that Israel is behind ISIS. Care to debate this? Of course not. He's a coward. And to be fair, I understood at this point, that whenever you call him a coward, he gets very angry and takes it very personally. So that's probably why he challenged me to a fight.
You should call him. You start posting the chicken emoji.
So if you want to tick this guy off, just call him a coward. He doesn't like it. It doesn't matter who you are. Just call him a coward. He will go crazy. That's the weak point. Crazy stuff. Anyway, we want to talk about Mosab. What do you know about Mosab, David?
Pretty intense, pretty scary dude. Guy, even as a kid, goes down and lays down in graveyards to confront death.
Beast.
Pretty tough dude. Pretty tough dude. I have to say, when is this from?
This is today.
This is today?
Yeah.
How did this dude explode in popularity all of a sudden? I mean, people have known about him for a long time, but all of a sudden he's on every show right now. So he was just on Gad's Ed. He's on this. He was on all the other ones. My goodness. It's cool. It's cool because he's good. He's making good points. And the main overarching point that he keeps making, especially when it comes to the Westerners who don't know anything, is, guys, you have no idea what you're defending. You have no clue. I know what you're defending. I know what you're defending. You don't know what you're defending. Let me tell you what you're defending. And people need to hear that stuff.
Alhamdulillah.
Civilians may die.
Okay, let's see. Let's see.
Hey, he smiled. That's rare. I saw that dude smile, man.
He probably watched Smile to Jannah, and that's why.
I watched Smile to Jannah. He was feeding Ali Dawa grapes. Someone should make a joke about him being a grapist.
Yes, yes, yes.
Youssef, well, welcome to both of you, both returning to Uncensored.
Wait, what's her name?
Joined by the Egyptian podcaster, Ram Zain, and by the son of Hamas's founder and former Palestinian militant, Mosab's son, Youssef. Well, welcome to both of you, both returning to Uncensored.
Why did you not introduce me as the former terrorist?
Why did you not do that? You do not show proper respect.
Let me ask you first of all.
Look, he smiled.
Ram Zain, since we last spoke, several months
don't
ago,
smile, Mosab. You look way cooler.
This war has continued to.
You look way more intimidating with this grimace.
Tens of thousands of people have died in Gaza, and it's quite likely, if there is a full-scale invasion of Rafah, that tens of thousands of more civilians may die in the process of Israel, as they put it, getting rid of Hamas in its entirety. What is your view of where this war now?
Is everything quieter, or is it just me?
What?
Seems like normal. If it's not loud enough, you are not loud enough. I don't know. Maybe something is wrong with my ears.
Seems normal. Why don't you ask people who are viewing?
It's probably just.
You have to ask the people.
I don't want to ask the people. The people. The people. Is it okay? Is everything good? Is everything good to people?
Someone in the chat said he's with that smile. He scares Pennywise. You remember Pennywise from It?
Yes,
a creepy
yes,
smile.
yes.
That's what it looked like. It looked like someone. It looked like someone who can't smile trying to smile.
Oh yeah,
that's what it looked like. It looked like someone told him ahead of time, "You need to smile, dude. You need to smile to make a good impression." He's like,
"Oh." Drew Boogie said, "Oh, AP is losing his hearing." This could be. This could be. Could be. Yeah.
It's sad to see that a few months after, we're regurgitating and having to repeat the same things that we've warned about since day one, that things are getting out of hand, that at one point, do you start calling someone who keeps inciting these war crimes a criminal? So not having held them accountable from day one has led to the audacity and the confidence that we are witnessing in the crimes. And just as you had stated, now that there might be further violence onto Rafah, you don't know if the U.S. is even able to stop them. And we mention Gaza, but we don't even mention the West Bank. We don't mention what's happening in other places. And again, this allowing them to continue with their blatant war crimes that, by the way, their soldiers are filming.
Which blatant war crimes, by the way? I really wonder which blatant war crimes we're talking about. I would like to hear a mention of the blatant war crimes that do not consist of people dying. People are dying. Civilians are dying. These are not war crimes. I'm sorry, but high numbers of deaths is not a war crime. Civilian deaths is not a war crime.
Let me answer this Egyptian woman. Where I come from, we have a saying.
Civilian deaths is not a war crime.
We have a saying where I come from in Palestine. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. You start it. This is called mess around, find out.
Yes.
Pretty much.
And sending them to one another on Telegram channels and other social media channels just goes to show to what extent they are confident to continue as such. And it is scary. We've seen news that probably the ICC is going to be calling Netanyahu in as a criminal and for trial, and the US is aiming to stop that. At one point, you have to take.
Okay, here's one thing that is happening at the moment. There are widely spread unconfirmed reports at this point that the ICC, the International Criminal Court, is apparently preparing to issue arrest warrants in order to persecute or investigate, I don't know, both sides for potential war crimes.
You said
And
persecute. Did you mean prosecute?
yes, yeah. Wow, I always cringe when I hear somebody get those words wrong, and now I did it. Wow.
Turkish Germans, man. Can't trust them.
But yeah, so apparently the ICC wants to issue arrest warrants for authorities on both sides. Of course, everyone is only mentioning Israel, but the report is that they want to issue arrest warrants for certain Hamas leaders and certain Israeli authorities. But this is still only based on unconfirmed reports. And it is not entirely sure what exactly they want to do this for, possibly because they're giving into international pressure. The interesting thing about this is that the ICC doesn't actually have jurisdiction over Israel or America and most of the world. So if they issue an arrest warrant, they wouldn't actually be arresting anybody. It would just mean that there is a demand to arrest these parties in order to bring them in and be part of a prosecution. But Israel signed the agreement for ICC jurisdiction but never ratified it. In fact, we have a map. Most of the world did not do that. So their arrest warrant doesn't really mean that much, but it could really it could damage international standing. But the thing is, they also want to apparently bring in Hamas, possibly collectively.
On a side note, I have to say, I don't know how respectful this chick's going to be when Mosab is speaking, but isn't it refreshing to be watching a Piers Morgan show where they're not like screaming over each other the entire time? Like Mosab is sitting there patiently waiting for her to finish what she's saying. Then he's going to respond. Again, I don't know. I'm hoping that she is calm and waits her turn as well when he's speaking. But I mean, this is like very different. I mean, Piers Morgan's becoming like the political version of Jerry Springer or something.
I actually watched the end of this, and at the end, Piers actually thanks both of them and says, "Most of the conversations that I have on this platform end up being shout fests.
Mm-hmm.
Both of you guys have been very respectful and good, so thank you so much." He says. She does cut him off at some point. It gets a little bit heated, but it doesn't get too bad. Yeah. Just for information, I already mentioned the ICC jurisdiction. Here you have a map. Which countries recognize the International Criminal Court? You can see here that
not the U.S., baby.
That green countries.
Hey, ICC, come try to arrest me. See what happens.
They won't arrest you. They will arrest government members.
Can't do that. can't mess with the dizzle. Can't get me. I'm in the U.S.
Yellow ones are signed but not ratified. So America, also Israel, and other states have signed it but never ratified. So the ICC doesn't actually have jurisdiction over them. They also issued arrest warrants for Putin and the members of the Russian government, for example, in 2023, but nothing happened as a result of that.
Putin took the indictment and used it to wipe himself.
Putin said, "I don't care.
I use this to laugh at while I drink my vodka.
I am drinking my vodka in the toilet, taking a dump, and I am laughing at your invitation to the court." That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Stand that enough is enough. It is sad that we are repeating what we had been saying from day one.
Okay, let me bring in Mosab Hassan Youssef for your response to that. I should point out that the ICC is not just threatening, apparently, to bring in.
Hey, what was she saying? like we've been saying this
We will
since
never
day
know
one.
because you keep interrupting them.
No,
I
I'm
don't know
saying,
what
I
you're
think
saying.
she was saying something like, since day one, we've been saying Israel's going to go too far, something like that. It's like, guess what? Every person on the planet knew what Israel was going to do in response. And that means that when you opened that door and you knew what they were going to do, it's like if I see a hornet's nest over there and I walk over and punch it, I know what's going to happen if I walk over there and punch the hornet's nest. I know it. And so if I walk over there and punch the hornet's nest, oh no, I'm getting stung. What's going on here? It's so confusing. How could this be happening? How could this be happening to me?
Yeah, exactly. This is why. Look, honestly, there's only one side in this during this war that repeatedly and consistently celebrates and expresses pride over the war that is ongoing, and that is the pro-Palestinian side. It is not the pro-Israeli side. It is not Israel. It's not the Zionists who express joy and pride about this conflict. It is the pro-Palestinian side that repeatedly expresses that that they are glad that October 7 happened, despite the fact that October 7 brought as a result thousands of deaths, mostly on the Palestinian side. What exactly has this done? What is there to be proud of? What is there to be joyful about? It's so ridiculously stupid.
I'm laughing because people are pointing out where you paused it. She's making a kissing face, like, I'm gonna kiss you, Mosab. Come on, we can get past this. I give you a kiss.
That's kind of cute. Yeah. People are taking screenshots now. See?
Yeah, they're talking about it. Only imams. Her only imams count.
Oh yeah. Only imams. A distinct sense of AP. Stop with a ridiculous accent. No. Нет.
One point,
Нет, до свидания.
the probably the ICC is going to be calling Netanyahu in as a criminal and for trial, and the US is aiming to stop that. At one point, you have to take a stand that
Okay.
enough is enough. It is sad that we are repeating what we had been saying from day one.
Okay, let me bring in Mosab Hassan Youssef for your response to that. I should point out that the ICC is not just threatening, apparently, to bring in Israeli leaders, but also Hamas leaders. Mosab Hassan Youssef, you said...
Please don't smile again, Mosab. Please don't do it. All right, go ahead.
...of Israel last week. We need to go into Rafah now, not tomorrow. What are we waiting for? We finish Rafah, we finish Hamas. This will remove them from power, which will be the first step towards peace. Of course, the contrary view to this is that if Israel does go hard into Rafah to try and eliminate Hamas completely and kills potentially tens of thousands more civilians, that the global support for Israel will completely evaporate.
No, it will not. What are you talking about, Piers? What in the world are you talking about? This is the same narrative that he was spouting months ago, that he was spouting in October. The global support did not deteriorate, did not decrease. What happened is that those who already have a problem and who always had a problem with Israel and with Jews became significantly louder. That's it. That's what happens. I'm pretty sure that the Israeli government sees two options here. Either we will give in and just give in to pressure and just say, okay, we are done with this operation, and this will only lead to another October 7 in the future, or we will continue drilling despite the pressure, and we will significantly make this problem smaller and possibly even get rid of the threat of Hamas once and for all. We don't care very much about the backlash.
Yeah, and I mean, you've gone all the way through Gaza. So Hamas has been hiding and retreating the entire time. Now they're cornered, and everyone is saying, "Oh, back off." Well, you've got them cornered. Now, keep in mind, I am all in favor of Israel being as careful as possible. And guys, they are being careful. That's why it's taking this long. Israel could have bombed that place down to nothing in a day.
Yes.
They could have bombed all of Gaza down to nothing in hours. It's taking months after months because they're trying to save people's lives here. So I'm all in favor of being as careful as possible, but you need some sort of system where you've got the place surrounded. All right, we've got a checkpoint here, ladies and gentlemen. We are inviting everyone who's a civilian non-combatant to step through here. We're going to do a little vetting, see who can vouch for you that you have no affiliations with Hamas or anything else, and we're going to put you over here. So get out, something along those lines. But anyway, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty because now you have a ton of remaining Hamas fighters hiding among a bunch of people who fled there as they were fleeing the rest of Gaza. Now everyone's there together. You got a bunch of terrorists in the middle of a bunch of civilians. So either the terrorists act like men, step out from amongst the non-combatants, or if they don't and they say, "Come get us," all right, who's that on? Who's that on?
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. I know everyone is pointing out, not everyone, but some people keep saying, "Oh, she looks nice. I don't like her views, but I like her." Okay,
Ooh, her
that's
pretty,
cool.
so I just agree with anything she says.
Yeah, she looks pretty. I think I'm gonna support Hamas from now on.
Someone said that that Mosab's eyes are gonna melt her like the Ark of the Covenant in Indiana Jones. Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I think they can't even see each other.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
That's funny. Yeah. Anyway,
I do not know who this woman is,
there.
but I will assume she's ugly.
That.
Thank
Thousands
you.
more civilians. That the global support for Israel will completely evaporate, and many people will view what is happening there as a war crime. What do you say to that?
We don't care.
Nobody gives a damn.
We do not
nobody
care.
gives a damn. Many people will view what happens there as a war crime. Many people also view the existence of Israel as a war crime because many people say a lot of things that many people just feel and don't actually know. Okay? That's it. Nobody cares, Piers. Stop taking people's emotions seriously here.
Well, first of all, I don't think Israel should compromise its security because of global pressure, because this global pressure, sooner or later, is going to go away. Now, people are traumatized by the tragedy of Gaza, and many people are making irrational decisions. In my opinion, if we don't end Hamas and remove them from power, like at least to remove them from power, we are going to have many other wars. This is not Hamas' first attempt to take hostages and to take civilians as human shields. They've done this many times already. And I don't think that we need to give Hamas one more opportunity to destabilize the region and create a major war like this.
But is there not a danger, Mosab, that by doing this the way Israel is doing it, by flattening most of Gaza in the process, by killing so many civilians and killing women and so many children because of the age demographic of Gaza, with half the people there being children, is there not a danger that by trying to do what you've just said and trying to get rid of Hamas, which many people, I'm sure, in Israel would love to do, and I understand completely why they have a desire for that to happen, that by doing it, you actually end up achieving the opposite of making Israel more secure, that you create a whole new generation of people radicalized by losing their children, their mothers, their wives, and so on. And they become even more determined to exact revenge.
Look, this is something that people bring up a lot. They say, "Oh, but the current war, will this not just cause an entire generation of angry, radical people who will want to take revenge?" Maybe it will. Maybe it will, but so what? Do you think it was different before? Do you think it was? How do you think that radicalization happened? It's not like Israel was always there. Israel was pre-existing, and through their pre-existing occupation and oppression, Palestinians became radicalized and developed a sense of revenge. No. The attacks from the Arab side against Israel, including an extermination war, happened before any occupation and before any war, before any oppression took place. Yes, in 1947, in the 1930s, in 1948, in the 1960s, and so on, in the 1980s, most of it started with before any kind of oppression, before any kind of occupation. It was an aggression on their part. The radicalization was already there. It doesn't really matter if Israel now fights Hamas or not. They will be radicalized anyway. They don't need the help of Israel to be radicalized. They are already radical because of the way they are, because of their ideologies.
And think about it, because I mean, Pierce has asked this question to his guests in the past, but he needs to ask it to himself. Like, what is the alternative, Pierce? We understand it is a messed up, screwed up situation. That's the point. This is what Islam does. It puts people in situations where there is no good outcome. You do this and it sucks, or you can do that and it sucks, or you can do that and it sucks. Now you have to pick the option that you think is less terrible than the alternatives. But if you don't think they should go in and completely destroy Hamas, what are you saying? Are you saying pull out? What are you saying? What is the alternative? And is the alternative worse than what you're saying? Because this is what Mosab is just pointing. Hey, if you don't destroy Hamas and they're still in power, guess what? This is not over. This is not over. They're going to pull a stunt. They're going to regroup. They're going to pull another stunt. Then we're going to crush them again. Then they're going to wait a little while. Then they're going to regroup. Then they're going to punish. Then they're going to attack us again. We're going to retaliate. It's just going to go on forever. Or we can just destroy them and destroy the will of anyone who wants to step in their place.
Yes,
it does suck. You do have to be brutal to do that. But it's like it's the same thing we see over and over again. Like, could the United States completely crush the Taliban in Afghanistan if they really wanted to? Yes, they'd have to go a lot harder, but you could get it over with. Everyone wants these things where you go in and you kind of try to win a little bit, but you don't go too far, because that would be too mean and too brutal, and you end up with wars that never end. And is that better? Is that really humane to have wars that never end versus just going extremely hard and getting it over with? I don't know. Weird situation.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you fought war. Back in the day, you fought wars to win, not to keep them going forever.
Hate pace that didn't happen in Japan, just a poor argument. There are some objections to be made, to be very fair. One is that Japan, between Japan and the US, it was a proper war, whereas the Gazan terrorists are just waging acts of terrorism because they have never been able to actually build something, which also prevents them from ever engaging in an actual war, which is why now they are being cracked down on and they're complaining and calling it oppression. Secondly, also, to be fair, Japan actually had culture. Japan actually had civilization. Japan actually had a very long history of being civilized, of developing, of inventing, of building, of being an actual power. Long before the Second World War, Japan was civilized. Japan was something like a Rome on their own. Whereas the Gazan population is a culture that breeds terrorism, a culture that breeds hate, destruction, victim playing. That's what it is. And let's be honest. I mean, it is Islam that is also at the core of it. Islam breeds terrorism. Islam breeds hate. Islam brings hate. Islam teaches hate and teaches to hate the Jews and kill the Jews and so on. This culture doesn't produce anything. It doesn't have a history, doesn't have civilization, doesn't have anything going on for itself, which is why it's probably understandable for them to be radicalized once they're defeated after committing an act of terrorism.
Yeah, again, I mean, what's the why is it the case with Islam that going, crushing them really hard, that's going to radicalize them, they're all going to become terrorists? Germans got crushed we're all going to spend the rest of our lives being terrorists. No, they rebuilt with the help of other nations and moved on. Same with Japan. We lost. We've been defeated. Now what are we going to do? We're all going to become terrorists because we're mad, or we're going to live we're going to raise all our kids to become terrorists. No, you're going to raise your kids to build radios and then computers and stuff, and that's what they did. That's actually the case of Japan is actually a good example in terms of what do you do? You're like, there is no good, you're in a war. There is no good option. There is no good option here. What do we do? Do we drop these big bombs that we now have? Yes. That will end it. That will end it instantly. That will end the war instantly. They'll see the firepower we're dealing with, and that will end it. But this is going to kill a lot of people real quick, like in a fashion. Like I understand you can make the case that you just don't cross that line. You don't cross the line of dropping atomic bombs on something or on someone. But as far as what they're doing the math. Okay, we do this, and it's extremely brutal, but it's over very quickly. The alternative is an invasion, a land invasion of Japan, where we're going to have to be fighting door to door. And what are the casualties in that situation? What are the costs associated with that on both sides? Okay, what is actually better in the long term? We'd rather just drop these big bombs and make them surrender instantly.
Yes.
So that's the reasoning. You can debate it. Again, I think there's a case you can make for you don't cross that line, because that sets a precedent for the future of other people might want to start dropping nukes or something like that. But at the end of the day, you understand the reasoning. And guess what? It did end it quickly. It got the war over, boom, like that. And so what do you do? I'll tell you what the dumbest thing you could have done was just kind of they bombed all our ships. Now let's go bomb some of theirs. Now let's wait for them to bomb ours. Okay, now let's retaliate. Nope. Now ceasefire. They attacked us again. Let's go back and we'd still be fighting. We'd still be fighting World War II today if you did what people are suggesting you do with Hamas.
Samsung 123, Israel and Palestine war has nothing to do with religion. It's about land grabbing. I'm not sure what your background is, Samsung 123. If you're from a Muslim background, then you are lying or you are ignorant. If you're not from a Muslim background, that's what it sounds like. Then you just do not understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
If among Muslims, I'll tell you one thing. Among Muslims around the world, this is an issue of religion. Overwhelmingly, Muslims around the world see this as a religious matter. They say this is about religion.
But people don't understand this. Sam Smith, hey, which college encampment are you sending this from, Sam? Because you're at one of them.
It's primarily about religion. That's primarily what it is about.
Yeah, so we know you're in your tent at Columbia there, but dude, you don't know what you're talking about here.
Yeah.
Yes, well, Israel is fighting for its very existence, and I am also fighting for my very existence.
Mm-hmm.
When there are people out there who want you to cease to exist,
mm-hmm.
This is when they push you to the corner and you have no other choice but to fight. I'm in the same position. How it feels like when you have hundreds of millions of people who sentenced you to death because of false narratives. And this is why we have this trouble in the United States and a global chaos, because people are in denial of the truth that Israel is not targeting civilians on a purpose. They are not killing in Gaza for sport. This is what Hamas did on October 7th. It was an actual genocide that the world doesn't want to admit. Now, even though the ICJ judges, they say it was not a genocide. What's happening in Gaza is not a genocide. This is what the judge say. But then we have all the wannabes and the social media warriors and the low-grade journalists still in public that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And we simply say it's collateral damage.
There is one thing that I would like to correct here, to be very fair. The ICJ did not say that it's not a genocide. The ICJ simply did not make any statement on whether it is a genocide or not. This might be a misunderstanding, but the ICJ, what the ICJ said is that the case presented by South Africa only insofar as that the Palestinian people have a right to be defended from certain acts of genocide or whatever is reasonable. They didn't even make any comment on whether there reasonably is or is not a genocide. The ICJ at no point yet announced any such thing. And lots of people misunderstood this. Lots of people, including me at the beginning, actually, to be very honest, thought the ICJ said there might be reasonably a genocide taking place, but the ICJ never made such a statement. In fact, we have a clarification from the president of the ICJ who announced it. She recently went on TV, I think on BBC, and corrected that narrative, which I quickly want to bring up here and address as soon as I have it. And here it is. Here it is. This is from BBC.
Say, and I'm no lawyer, and many people watching and listening will not be lawyers, but would it be fair to say that the key point that you made your initial order and ruling upon was whether or not there was a plausible case that should be taken on by the court of genocide in the case of Israel's actions in Gaza after October 7? And you quite clearly decided that there was a plausible case. Is it right to say that's at the heart of what you decided?
You know, I'm glad I have a chance to address that, because the court's test.
John Donegal, she's the former president of the ICJ, and she was the president who also announced the preliminary ruling back in January. Yeah.
For deciding whether to impose measures uses the idea of plausibility, but the test is the plausibility of the rights that are asserted by the applicant, in this case, South Africa. So the court decided that the Palestinians had a plausible right to be protected from genocide, and that South Africa had the right to present that claim in the court. It then looked at the facts as well, but it did not decide, and this is something where I'm correcting what's often said in the media, it didn't decide that the claim of genocide was plausible. It did emphasize in the order that there was a risk of irreparable harm to the Palestinian right to be protected from genocide. But the shorthand that often appears, which is that there's a plausible case of genocide, isn't what the court decided.
You heard it right. You heard it right there. So the ICJ never decided that there is a plausible case that there is a genocide going on. Never happened. Lots of people, even after seeing this, still said, no, the ICJ said there's a possible genocide. No, here is the ICJ president of the time saying, no, we never said any such thing. We never made such a decision. That's not what the ruling was about.
Plausible. It did emphasize in the order and said in the media, it didn't decide that the claim of genocide was plausible. It did emphasize in the order that there was a risk of irreparable harm to the Palestinian right to be protected from genocide. But the shorthand that often appears, which is that there's a plausible case of genocide, isn't what the court decided.
So the court never decided that there is a plausible case of genocide. The ICJ never made any such announcement or decision. That's it. They only announced the plausibility of the rights of Palestinians to be protected from destructive actions and so on.
Two different things.
Okay. Ramazan, here's my question for you.
Something?
Let me just ask you first of all, what should Israel have done after October the 7th? If not go after Hamas, the people who perpetrated it?
I just need to respond. Mr. Hassan, I truly do apologize that your type of relationship with your father has led you to this quest to condone the annihilation of your own people. I truly am.
there he gave his Pennywise smile.
Look at his face. He's already
smiled.
I truly am.
Look, it's like, are you going to psychoanalyze me? You think that you can psychoanalyze me? You have no idea what this brain has been through. You think you will do worse than Hamas did to me?
Isn't this so pathetic? This is the first thing that she does in response to him is to say, "Oh, I'm sorry that you have a personal." This reminds me of how
with your dad.
This reminds me of how when we ex-Muslims speak.
That's why you want genocide, because you're ticked off at your dad.
You know what this reminds me of? When ex-Muslims, when I or other ex-Muslims or people like us,
here's why
when we speak and when we say Islam is violent, Islam is oppressive, Islam says we should be executed. We don't like that. the general response is, oh, just because you have a bad experience with Islam, that doesn't mean that you have to be against, that you have to advocate for Islamophobia and all that, completely ignoring the point. This is exactly what she's doing right now.
He made very relevant points. Okay, they want to wipe out Israel. I can sympathize with Israel because they want to wipe me out too. They think because of their religion that they get to exterminate us. We don't want to be exterminated. I don't want to be exterminated. Israel doesn't want to be exterminated. We don't want to be exterminated. So we end up on the same side against the people who want to exterminate us. Now, what's your response? Well, it sucks that you didn't get along with your dad.
Yeah.
And here, let me blow you a kiss again.
The woman is pulling a who hurt you. Yeah. Oh yeah, now she's blowing a kiss again. What is this, man?
I just need to respond, Mr. Hassan. I truly do apologize.
She planned this too. She planned this ahead of time.
With your father has led you to this quest to condone the annihilation.
Watch him smile. Watch him smile. Ready? There you go.
Sorry.
There's your thumbnail.
Just as you said, it is not about you. Unfortunately, what we're seeing today and how we're seeing it, it is bigger and it is older than Hamas. When you look at the Palestinians, predominantly, for example, yesterday there was one protest with predominantly Christian Palestinians. It is much more than what we are seeing today.
There was one protest.
The right of return, the fact that, it was actually quite interesting. You have some Zionists here telling the pro-Palestinian protesters, go back home. And their response is, we want to. So come join our protest so that we can have the right to return, end the siege. Whatever you do, and you just said, you have, at one point, you get so oppressed, there you have to fight back. You just said that. So what ends up happening? And you have to understand that, as everyone, and Piers, on your show, so many people have said the same thing. You are going to keep having more resistance as long as you don't do something about it. And you keep speaking about the hostages. What about those that are being abducted from the West Bank?
So here is the difference. I'm sorry, but it's quite simple. Here is the difference. You have one population on one hand, that will be the Israeli population. Then you have another population on the other hand, that is the ones who self-identify as Palestinians. The Israeli population is simply trying to exist. From the 1920s, especially, but even from the early 1900s on, but from the 1920s, and especially after the 1940s, all that this Israeli population wanted was simply to exist. Just exist. Or coexist, possibly, with the other side.
Like
just
the bumper
exist.
sticker. Like the
Just
bumper
exist.
sticker. They
Just
wanted the bumper sticker to be real life.
However, the other side, look, somebody is saying she's kissing again. It's not me.
What is it? Come on, you're doing this on purpose, man. You can't randomly pause every time she's blowing a kiss.
This is just how she speaks. I don't know. But so one side just wants to exist. The other side, however, doesn't just want to exist. The other side wants to exist over this side. It doesn't want this side to exist freely. So one side just wants to exist, but isn't allowed to freely exist. If this one side was left alone and wasn't attacked over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, there would be peace under different circumstances. The other side here, which would be the side identifying as Palestinians, this side doesn't just want to exist. They want to exist and take more and more and more, and they want to subjugate the other side. They will not agree to just exist. They want to exist and assert their authority and their dominance over the other side, which is why they keep attacking and attacking and attacking, and every single time they lose and then they play the victim. The Israeli side that just wants to exist will be attacked and will then fight back. The other side doesn't just exist. The other side is the aggressor and will just not stop attacking. That's it.
What about those that are in prison? What about the children that are in prisons? At some point, you have to stand up and say that this cycle has to end. And how does it end? By changing your tactic, by putting those that are the perpetrators accountable. And you, sir, are stating that it is not a genocide. It is even the intent for genocide would label it as a genocide, which we have seen from occupation leaders calling them subhuman, Ben Gavir asking for...
Never happened. People refer to Hamas as human animals. There is no call from Israel, especially from any authority that has any power in this regard, to annihilate the other. We all know, and if you don't know by now, then that means you are ignorant, and I'm sorry, there is no excuse for it. We all know that Hamas most definitely did have genocidal intent on October 7th. They expressed it explicitly. They said, we want to cleanse Palestine of the filth of Jews. That's what they said. That is genocidal intent. Israel never expressed genocidal intent. Hamas did again and again and again. You can't express your will to commit genocide and then play the victim.
For a nuclear bomb to be dropped at them. And I wish to reiterate, I understand that...
Look at this. Her example here.
Bomb to be dropped. Leaders calling them subhuman. Ben Gavir asking for a nuclear bomb to be dropped at them. And I
pretty sure that wasn't Ben Gvir. Pretty sure that was somebody else.
You don't know anything.
Who was that? That was the Amichai Eliyahu. I think that was that guy who said maybe a nuke should be dropped. Pretty sure it wasn't Ben Gvir. Did Ben Gvir ever say such a thing? Anyone know in the chat? I don't remember Ben Gvir himself ever saying such a thing. Did he? Pretty sure it was just it was the other guy, Amichai Eliyahu, who's not even somebody who has any authority. Amichai Eliyahu is a minister of it's him. Look, she is misinformed. Far-right minister says nuking Gaza is an option. PM suspends him from cabinet meetings. Amichai Eliyahu asks why lives of hostages more important than troops. So this guy, Amichai Eliyahu, who is a heritage minister, said maybe nuking is an option. And he was then suspended from all kinds of from all meetings. But he has no authority at all in the operations, in what is happening. It wasn't Ben Gvir, who is the head of the police force and security. It was this guy who has no authority at all. And it was widely condemned. Netanyahu immediately suspended him from the meetings and so on. That's it. And that's what you go for, while Hamas openly says we want to exterminate the Jews.
Hey, that's exactly like the situation with if Israel's so friendly, then why are they trying to ban Christians from the country and from evangelizing and all this stuff? And you point out, wait, that was two people, and they instantly got rejected.
Yeah,
it's a situation where anything anyone says becomes representative of Israel.
Yes.
I mean, and just imagine doing that in reverse, where you could go and find the most messed up thing ever said by any jihadi and say, see, this is what Muslims believe.
Yeah.
You would instantly be rejected.
Oh, yeah. Early, and yes, by the way, what I'm saying, it's not Ben Gvir. Murphy here points out even Gvir has no authority. That is true. But Ben Gvir is significantly more important in the government than Amichai Eliyahu. But even Ben Gvir has no authority in in the operations and what is happening in Gaza. He has no authority over the issue at all. So he can only just make a comment. It has no further implications. That's it. But this is what she does. In comparison to Hamas, that clearly expresses genocidal intent, she brings up something that irrelevant members of the government have said, or irrelevant members of the parliament have said.
I wish to reiterate, I understand that you have had your personal issues, but like you said, it's not about you. It's a collective movement to end the cycle of violence.
Okay, let me give...
And you need to realize that.
You will let me respond now, Piers.
The suggestion is that you are driven by personal enmity because of your family situation, with your father being one of the founders of Hamas, and you since renounced that side of your life and that part of your family. What do you say to that charge that somehow you're driven by that more than anything else?
Right. Well, it is not only personal, it's fundamental. What I did during the Second Palestinian Intifada, I risked my life on a regular basis to save human lives from Hamas' brutal suicide bombing attacks, because Hamas terrorism did not start on October 7th. We're talking about waves of suicide bombing attacks that targeted civilians indiscriminately, where Jewish, Christian, Arabs, Muslims were killed during Hamas attacks. So our job was to stop Hamas from blowing up things, buses, markets, beaches, beach houses. They targeted everywhere. Hamas' strategy of using
It's funny how we laugh at the same thing, blowing up things.
Stop Hamas from blowing up things, buses, markets, beaches, beach houses. They targeted everywhere.
Only, we don't want them blowing up any beaches.
The accent just makes it
Stay away from our beaches.
Civilians or targeting civilians is not a new thing.
Don't laugh, man. Guys, being serious here.
Now, for me to be sentenced to death for saving a human life because there is a belief system that says so, well, I totally reject that. And they want me to cease to exist. This is not a relationship between father and son. And by the way, I don't need your pity. My relationship with my father was an excellent relationship. I loved my father and he loved me. I'm sure he still does love me. But
yes.
I mean, totally different style from like, because we were talking about Destiny recently, but they both have this ability to where when the other person is speaking to just zero in on the most relevant issue to bring up, and they just stay laser focused on it and rip it apart. And so, I mean, she clearly planned this. Like, oh, I'm going up against Mosab. What am I going to do? Ooh, I know. I'll say whatever he says. I'll just say, oh, that's because your daddy issues. And I mean, he just crushed her. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I was saving lives. I'm under a death sentence.
I do not need your pity.
Don't need your pity. Let me act like I'm the sensitive one here. Hey, Mosab, you didn't get enough love. That's why you're on the side of Israel. Here, let me show off my sugary, sweet lips to you. I'll give you the love that you need, and then you'll be on our side and want to wipe out Israel again. I don't need your pity, woman, or your kisses. Don't slobber me with your kisses. I don't want this slobbery from my kisses from my father, nor from you. I want the justice and to save lives.
I just want to read something very quickly from the end of his book, Son of Hamas, where he talks about his final phone call with his father when he was already outside the country. And his father was at that time in prison. So he calls his father. His father has found out that he is now a non-Muslim, and he's telling him also now that he has been an Israeli spy or an Israeli asset for a long time. It says, no matter what happened, he told me, you are still my son. You are part of me and nothing will change. You have a different opinion, but you are still my child. I was shocked. This man was unbelievable. I called again the next day. He was sick at heart, but he was listening. I have a secret I need to tell you, I said. I want to tell you now so you don't hear it from the media. I explained that I had worked for the Shin Bet for 10 years, that he was still alive today because I had agreed to have him put into prison for his own protection, that his name was at the top of Jerusalem's assassination list, and that he was still in prison because I was no longer there to ensure his safety. Silence. My dad said nothing. I love you, I said finally. You will always be my father. That's how it ends. And then there is an editor's note. On March 1st, 2010, one day before this book's release, Mosab's father disowned him. The sheikh released a letter saying that his family had renounced the one who was once our eldest son, who is called Mosab. in the Associated Press. Despite the loss of his family and the risk to his life, Mosab continues to speak out with his message of loving your enemies. This is the end of his book, but in the book he extensively describes how he had a very, very good relationship with his father, and despite despising what his father created and what his father stands for and what his father does, he still throughout the book again and again expresses that on a personal basis everything was wonderful. His father was very, very good to him and very kind to him and loving to him, and he always loved his father and looked up to him, but he just chose a completely different path, because once he was put into a position in Hamas prison of authority, he recognized the moral absurdities and the wickedness of Hamas and the goodness of Israel on the other hand, and he switched sides. But his love for his father never died, and he never said anything bad about his father, although he did say all Hamas members need to be killed, and that includes my father. As much as I love him, it includes him as well. That's how serious I take it. That's what he said. And here she comes and says, "Oh, it's a personal problem."
Bad relationship with your dad. That's why. And this goes. This is the same thing we always see in Islam. Again, going back to like ex-Muslims, they can't get their minds around the idea of someone just saying, "You know what? I don't believe this stuff. I do not believe this guy was a prophet anymore. So I'm not following this anymore. I'm just not doing it. In fact, I think this is really dangerous stuff. So I'm actually going to criticize it. Oh, you must be getting paid. It must be for a woman. It must be because of it." They have to like come up with some other explanation for why you're doing it that is psychologically making you do this thing, because it can't just be, reasons. You can't just say, "Hey, I have reasons." And so here you have Mosab explaining exactly why he's doing what he's doing. And she can't agree with him because he's got reasons, and you'd be acknowledging those reasons. So it just has to be, nope, you didn't get along with your dad. And so now you want all of Gaza just wiped out by Israel. Shame. And he's sitting here going, "I don't need your pity or your kissy lips. If I have to choose between your kissy lips and the kissy lips of a cow, I would choose the kissy lips of the cow."
The kissy lips of the cow. Yes, I did read it. And I would recommend it again and again. It's a fantastic book. Son of Hamas is his book, and it's a fantastic book. People asked, Mosab Hassan Youssef, he converted to Christianity. He is now, he believes in Jesus and believes in
would not be
Christianity,
considered Orthodox Christian at this point.
but he doesn't identify. I think he doesn't follow a recognizable Orthodox form of Christianity, although he does believe in Jesus. That's his expression of belief. So no, he didn't convert to Judaism, but he loves Jews. Yep.
But this is where we draw the line. When the higher interest of humanity is at risk, when people kill hundreds and thousands of civilians by the name of religion and by the name of ideology, somebody has to stand up. I am a son of that conflict, and I know exactly what's going on there, not only from the Palestinian point of view, but also from the Israeli point of view. Then you invite me to come join a revolution. What revolution you are talking about? It's
Sorry.
a revolution.
Was that you?
What revolution you are talking about? You are just creating chaos. It's the revolution only for the sake of revolution. At some point, some 30 years ago, I believed, just like you. Today, I know a different truth. And I don't advocate on behalf of a revolution that does not have sight, that does not have any moral compass. That is a revolution only for the sake of revolution. So before you tell me about your revolution and about your protest, tell me about your objectives. What's your goal? What's your agenda? What's your agenda? Who is your leadership? The American parents have the right to be concerned when they see masked men on campuses. We don't know who the hell they are. They
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
This guy's brutal, man.
His accent just makes everything better, man.
It's crazy. It's crazy because he has a pretty strong accent, but he's very, very clear in making his points. You know what I mean? He's not like, he doesn't like fumble over his words a bunch.
Yes, yes.
I mean, I fumble over my words way, 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 way more, like 100 times more than he does.
Wait a minute. How is this the same person, man? She first went viral months
That's
ago
her?
in October with this appearance where she on an Arabic CNN channel started fighting.
Aiding in the dehumanization of Arabs. You say 100. When I say the word Muhammad, how does that make you feel? You immediately flinch because that's what's been
how long
happening.
ago?
So
That
That's
was
how long ago?
6 months ago.
You did not grow that ponytail that quickly, girl. Busted. Busted. Fake like your argument.
I don't know what's happening there, but she looks, I don't know.
Like 20 years older?
Yeah. Anyway.
Could be activists and they could be the devil. So parents have the right to say, we don't want masked men with foreign agendas on our campuses because you don't have a leadership. And tomorrow, if the shit hit the fan, who is going to be held accountable for this situation? Who do we go after? Why your protest is not registered according to the American laws? You are just creating chaos, borrowing some victim narrative from the Middle East and trying to Americanize it, trying to globalize it. And
Yes.
what we say, as a person who lived the 1987 Intifada,
I have to give credit where credit is due. She is obviously getting very uncomfortable and very angry inside. However, she is really keeping her composure
Yeah.
here and being quiet.
No, seriously, hats off to them for that. I mean, it would. I mean, on the one, there is a tendency to do that, right? She could start screaming and yelling right now to derail any points from being made. In other words, when you do that, when you just say, okay, we're going to be shouting over each other the entire time, that can be a strategic move. I'm losing this, so I'm just going to start babbling the entire time, and no one's going to hear anything we're saying. No one will walk away understanding a point, but at least I don't take a loss. So she could just start shouting down everything he's saying right now and turn it into a shouting match. But she's actually, letting him make his point. So that's to her credit, but not going well for her point wise. Because what has she got now? What has she got? Oh, I said it's because of your daddy issues, and he just like crushed her.
Yeah. But you can't take a loss. That would be polytheism, by the way.
We don't want intifada in America. We don't want intifada in the West. And we most certainly don't
Not
want
with a goat, not with a boat, not in a house, not with a mouse. We do not want intifada here or there. We do not want it anywhere.
Yes, we don't want suicide bombers.
And we most certainly don't want a global intifada.
Okay, Rama, before you speak in response to that,
man.
hang on, Rama. I want to.
I didn't catch that earlier. What?
Go
Did she
back.
say, what are you on about?
Yeah, I think she said that. Like he was crystal clear. He systematically dismantled everything she said. And then, what are you on about? Did she actually say, what are you on about?
That was a weird response. What
Okay,
What are you on about?
Rama, before you speak in response to
are you
that,
on about?
hang on, Rama.
What? That's a
Dude.
very weird response. What?
That's very weird. I systematically destroy all of your points. We don't want intifada, and I destroy everything you say. What are you on about? Like, does she legitimately not understand it? Look at her face now. What happened to the kissing lips? Rama,
Will she actually clarify what she means by what are you on about?
What are you on about?
What she doesn't understand.
Just
which part do you not understand?
That's kind of a funny reaction, though.
Okay, Rama, before you speak in response to that, hang on, Rama. Last week you spoke at the University of Southern California at one of the protests, which was referenced by Mosab there. I want to play a clip from what you were saying there. Let's just take a listen.
we are patient. We are patient. We are resilient. We are resilient. We are proud. We are proud.
Well, that was you.
We program morons. We program morons. You will repeat anything. We will repeat anything.
They say, we are Brazilian.
I smell like doo-doo. I smell like doo-doo. Why are you repeating everything? Why are we repeating everything? Are you stupid? Yes, we're stupid. My goodness.
We are Brazilians. We are raving.
There. I mean, nothing incendiary in what you were saying there, but we have seen many of these university protests, people openly talking about intifada, openly.
I don't understand why Piers just played that video.
Yeah, it had no point. I thought there was going to be like some gotcha moment or something relevant to the discussion, and it was, we are resilient. How do you explain that? How do you explain saying that we are resilient and patient?
I don't even get it. He just played. I mean, they played the video and then he
Pointless
said,
clip.
Okay, there was nothing special there. We just had a protest. Now let's talk about protests and
AP, let's play this clip of you. Hi, it's me, AP. We're resilient. Got you. How do you explain that? Defend yourself.
maybe it is an attempt to undermine her because of how cringeworthy the video is. Maybe that is it. I don't know.
Mosab should say, what are you on about?
We are resilient. We are proud. We
Call yourself proud. How do you explain that?
That was you addressing a crowd there. I mean, nothing incendiary in what you were saying there, but we have seen many of these university protests. People
pretty wholesome compared to other things I've heard.
Chanting from the river to the sea, others brazenly supporting Hamas. Can you understand why Jewish students at these campuses feel so threatened?
This is such a weird way to run a show.
You
to be
did
honest.
not need to play that. That clip was completely irrelevant. Piers.
It was like, well, now as somebody who has been at these protests and who represents these protests, Ramazan, let me play this clip here. Now, in this clip, we can't see anything problematic.
But there are problematic things which I didn't play at all.
Yeah,
So
but we can't find anything that involves you. However, there are things that are going on. What is this, man?
Yeah, so that would have he brings that up and it's completely irrelevant. And then he mentions the fact that there are way worse things. So Piers, in the future, that would have been a great opportunity to play some compilation of other things being said, but like the relevant things, not we are proud, we are patient.
Yeah, she probably didn't get it either. She's like, "What am I watching?"
By this,
she should say, "What do you want about Piers?"
Students at these campuses feel so threatened by this.
Really? Because when I was there, they were predominantly Jewish students who were protesting. They were
bullshit. Nobody believes that. No single person in the world believes that. No single person in the world believes that there were predominantly Jewish students protesting.
In fact, Bibi Netanyahu was there and he was protesting and he was on our side. Everyone
were all Orthodox Jews.
They were all Jews and they all agreed with us completely.
Yes, they were all Orthodox Jews, so much so that they were all observing all of the laws and commandments, and they were all Orthodox Jews, so much so that it was all so Jewish that there was not even I became Jewish when I was there because of all the Jewishness. Nobody believes this, man.
Dominantly Jewish students that were protesting. Even in the UCLA one, I don't know if I'm able to say his name, but one very prominent Jewish scholar was side by side with me in the protest in order.
A very prominent one who's respected by all Jews everywhere by the name of Norman Finkelstein. And he said, Mr. Borelli.
I'm not sure why she says, I'm not sure if I'm able to say his name because she can't pronounce it or because she doesn't want to say his name. I don't know.
Say his name.
Say his name. Say his name. Oh, I have a photo of one of the prominent, one of the Jewish protesters from the protests here. From Stanford, for example. Here's one Jewish protester.
Yep.
Who is obviously Jewish. You can see it right here. You can see it in his face. He looks as Jewish as every Jew that I've ever seen in my entire life.
That may be Finkelstein himself.
Yeah, he's wearing this headband, which, as we assume, does not say La ilaha illallah and Hamas Qassam. It says L'chaim. Yeah, that's probably what it says. 100% Jewish guy. Definitely one of those. This is just one example. She's totally right.
because at the end of the day, we felt bad for these students because they're the ones facing police brutality. As Mr. Hassan said, they're the ones facing infiltrators who are attempting to discredit them. It was bizarre to see one student pose as a pro-Palestinian protester and then write inciting chants on the ground. And quickly, the pro-Palestinian students rushed to scrub it off. At the end of the day,
Are you freaking kidding me? Do you think that people have not seen all of the stuff that people have been chanting and holding up and writing on these protests? It's not like we have so many examples that people can quickly pull up and show to everybody. It's not like we have examples of, as I just pulled up within seconds, of somebody dressing up as a Hamas member and going to the protests. Hamas, which on October 7 went out with the intention to exterminate as many Jewish lives as possible.
Though Mr. Hassan wants to make it into this political endeavor, again, this is older and this is bigger than Hamas, and it is much bigger than you, sir. What is happening now is these students are simply stating the slaughter of children is wrong, the siege is wrong, abducting people for liking posts in other parts of Palestine is wrong.
Oh yeah, that's why they say end Zionism, death to America, death to Israel. Israel has no right to exist. Globalize the Intifada revolution. What all of this means is just stop killing children. Apparently, that's all that means.
That's all they're saying. That's all they're saying.
That's the translation of what all of this means. When they say globalize the Intifada, what that actually means, if you read it backwards, is stop killing children. That's actually what it means. Yeah, definitely. That makes complete sense. That's what I get from it too. Here, by the way, here's an example of what she probably describes as Jewish, where we have Jewish Voice for Peace, as reported by Aviva Klumpus, who is awesome, by the way. Here's the Instagram page of Jewish Voice for Peace. Jewish Voice for Peace is a cancerous organization that is anti-Zionist and that always sides with the pro-Palestinian, anti-Zionist, Islamist people and their movements. Jewish Voice for Peace on their Instagram account shared this post here, giving credit to the Houthis. The Houthis from Yemen. The Houthis. If you know one thing about the Houthis, you should know that this flag here, which is the most disgusting, worst looking flag I've seen in my entire life.
But graphic design is our passion here in Yemen.
This sign here, which is the Houthi official slogan and flag, says Allahu Akbar. And then it says death to America, death to Israel, curse upon the Jews, curse upon the Jews.
Powerful.
Don't believe me? Here. It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Right here. Slogan of the Houthi movement. This is what it stands for. Allahu Akbar. Death to America. Maut al-America. Maut al-Israel. And La'nat ala Yahud. Ala Yahud. Curse upon the Jews. And then victory to Islam. This is what it stands for. And Jewish Voice for Peace shares this. Imagine you are a so-called Jewish organization that stands for peace and against Zionism, for Palestinians, pro-Palestine, and you actually stand with a group that has on their slogan and on their flag, curse upon the Jews. And you even post a picture honoring that flag and that slogan. Man.
By the way, we haven't talked about this since last year, but could be brought up again. Remember, we talked about the Mott and Bailey fallacy back when Mohammed Hijab brought it. He brought it up, but he didn't know what it is. He didn't use it accurately, and I pointed out that he could actually use it accurately. He just didn't know what he was talking about. But the Mott and Bailey fallacy, the Mott and the Bailey is like a little castle structure, and then the surrounding area, and the castle structure is an easier to defend position. And so if someone's attacking you, you retreat from the surrounding area to the little fortress. So as this applies, if you have one position that you're going around stating, and then someone attacks your position, and you kind of retreat to some position that's easier to defend and pretend that that's all you were saying, that's the Mott and Bailey fallacy. So in other words, if you have a bunch of people from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, we will wipe out Israel, we're gonna Hamas, whatever you're saying all these things, and then people point out, look at all these messed up things that you guys are calling for. You're calling for Israel to be wiped out. It sounds like you're calling for genocide here. Sounds like you're supporting Hamas. Sounds like you're supporting terror. What's going on here? No, we're just saying don't kill children.
Exactly.
We can all agree not to kill children, right? Okay, that's all we're saying. That's all we're saying. What we're saying on college campuses.
They're employing this fallacy everywhere, all the time. This is what they're doing. This is what they have been doing this entire time during this whole conflict.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Yeah, that's what they do.
What they do.
That's what they do. And by the way, the whole Jewish voice for peace thing just never ends. The whole fiasco. This is another thing. Another post by the Jewish Voice for Peace. People caught on to how I don't think we should question the Jewishness of protesters, but also
the Hebrew is literally backwards.
The Hebrew is backwards. And this is not like if you can actually read the language, right? You can look at it and immediately notice, wait a minute, that's not a word. It doesn't make sense. It is literally backwards. But this is Jewish Voice for Peace that is posting these things and acting like, oh, we are Jews. Look, we are Jews. We are Jews, and we stand for peace with Palestine and against Israel. Yeah, sure, boy. Here's another example of anti-Zionism.
When she's mad, she's starting to look almost as intense as Mosab.
Yes. Look, here is another instance of this innocent objection to Zionism and just a call to stop killing children. It says, "Wake up! Our media, TV, radio, and government are controlled by Zionists. Zionists are ruthless, brutal, heartless,
and Jewish."
Doesn't this sound very familiar? Just replace the word Zionist here with Jews and read that again. Doesn't this sound exactly like what what those who are always called Nazis have been saying? Because it's what Nazis generally argue. Huh. Interesting. But coincidentally, in this case, it's just Zionists, so everything is all right.
The harassment of women continuously is wrong. And the fact that we're having to even debate this is the most bizarre thing of the 21st century, because you're having this, because you'd hear about Vietnam or you'd hear about Iraq, but it wasn't so recorded as much as this genocide today.
Let me ask you this.
So,
let me ask you this, Rama. Let me ask you this. Because I asked you a question earlier, which you haven't replied to yet, because you wanted to say something else at the time. So I'll ask you again. How should Israel have responded to this terror attack on October the 7th? 1,200 people were massacred. And the people who perpetrated this, the Hamas...
Do not ask her if she condemns it. Do not ask her if Piers...
despicable acts of terror to the world. Proud of it. How should Israel, when presented with an existential threat like that, and when the Hamas spokesman responds a few days later by saying, we're going to do this again and again and again if we can, how should Israel have responded?
I just want to ask everyone in the chat, what is your guess? Will she give a direct response to the question or not? Will she respond to this question? This very simple and very important question that should be
very important. That is the most important question. Yeah. So this is when I talk about how Islam ends up putting people in these positions where there's no good option. It's all just a bunch of bad options, and you have to try to pick the one that you think is least bad. And no, as long as you focus on one option and you point out that it's bad, you say, "Why are you doing this? It's bad." You say, "What? All the options are bad. You put me in this position. All my options right now are bad." And so what if you saying I shouldn't do this one because it's bad, what other thing should I be doing instead? Show me something. In other words, if you think there's a good option, tell me what the good option is. As far as I can tell, there's nothing here that doesn't have bad consequences. I'm picking the one that I think has the least bad consequences. If there's another option, tell me what it is. They never, I mean, they either never answer or they give a stupid answer. Like Hijab, when he was asked this, he's like, "Yes, just give Hamas tanks. Then give Hamas tanks." You remember he was saying that? Give them tanks.
Yes,
give them
yes.
give them a modern military so they can fight and go out and fight. And it's like, oh no, you don't do that when you're fighting. Let's arm the people who are trying to slaughter us.
Yeah, overwhelmingly, people are saying no, she will not answer the question. She will divert. She's incapable of honesty or morality. What are you talking about? Deflection coming up. Spoiler, she doesn't. She always deflects. She will say 75 years of occupation. They always dodge. Muhammad was a bisexual. Not related to the question, though.
I don't know. She could say that. That could be like, well, Muhammad is a
It didn't start on
bisexual, and
October
that's
7.
why everyone is attacking him because they're all anti-LGBTQ.
Of course, Israel has its concerns. Play the victim, and so on. Okay, let's see what she
Yeah,
actually.
no, but I mean,
said.
it's interesting because he's asked this repeatedly. I cannot think of an actual rational response to this ever from anyone who's been asked this. If you want to say this is the wrong option, fine. What is the correct option? We never get anything that is coherent or not insane.
Because the only response that they can give, if they have supported October 7 or any so-called resistance at any point, the only response that they can possibly give is, well, Israel should just surrender and do whatever Hamas wants them to do.
Right. That's the option that they actually want, and that's
Yes.
insane and stupid and idiotic.
And by the way, if that is your position, if you supported October 7, if you support these acts of resistance, and you have a problem with Israel's response, and you think that this problem can only be solved by Israel giving in to Hamas's absurd demands, which, by the way, eventually lead to the complete destruction of Israel, then you shouldn't be talking, or you should not be taken seriously, because you are all for death and destruction, for blood and suffering. And you shouldn't be talking. You should just be watching until this war is done and Israel has achieved its goals, because that's what you want. You don't actually want peace. You don't actually want ceasefire. You just want destruction, and you'll get it. Now, with the majority of people saying she will not respond, she will deflect, they're probably all wrong, because she'll probably answer directly. Most likely,
She'll probably blow a kiss. That's what my prediction. She'll
probably blow a kiss and solve the problem.
with my sweet, sugary lips. Mwah.
Smooch, smooch, smooch. Okay, let's see what she says. Let's see.
We're going to do this again and again and again if we can. How should Israel have responded?
Look at Mosab ready to pounce. Look at him.
Yes.
Looks like an eagle.
But Hamas leadership has also tried again and again and again to call for a truce and bring back the hostages, which has been denied from Netanyahu.
Well, they shouldn't. Well, hang on. On that, they should.
There you go.
Wait, what?
There you go. There you go.
I didn't even get how this was connected. You're saying what should Israel have done?
She's not even answering the question.
Hamas would love to return the hostages. What?
There shouldn't be hostages to begin with, because that's a literal war crime. If you want to talk about war crimes, taking hostages is a war crime. Do you not get it? If somebody out there talks about war crimes and complains about Israel's conduct, but then thinks it's okay to take hostages, they shouldn't be complaining at all. Even if the entire population of Gaza was eradicated, they should shut up. because they were okay with one side committing war crimes. But however, okay, let's have it again. Let's hear his question. Let's hear her response.
Were massacred. And the people who perpetrated this, the Hamas terrorists, they were brazenly broadcasting a lot of their despicable acts of terror to the world. Proud of it. How should Israel, when presented with an existential threat like that, and when the Hamas spokesman responds a few days later by saying, we're going to do this again and again and again if we can, how should Israel have responded?
But Hamas leadership has also tried again and again and again to call for a truce and bring back the hostages, which has been denied from Netanyahu. That's also
hang on. Look, on that,
was regurgitated.
I don't think Hamas should be given any credit for keeping hostages. They kidnapped Holocaust survivors. They kidnapped babies. They shouldn't have been kidnapping anybody. So
you're seeing it right there. The first response that she gave was to deflect. She didn't even answer the question. She didn't even respond to the question at all. She didn't even take the question seriously. She just deflected by, well, Hamas also did. It doesn't matter what Hamas also did. The question is very clear, right? She clearly doesn't want to answer the question. Let's see what she does.
They should be giving back the hostages anyway. But my point to you, which again you haven't answered yet, I'm curious what your answer is. How should Israel have responded
if you'd allow me to continue
to such a grotesque terror attack?
Both of you stop cutting me off. I will continue.
Well, just answer the question. I won't cut you off.
Did Mosab at any point cut her off? I don't even understand. She says, "If both of you stop cutting me off," I don't know. I don't remember him cutting her off at all.
That's what we call pretending to be a victim. In case anyone's not paying attention, is everyone's attacking me.
Yeah.
Off, I will continue.
Well, just answer the question. I won't cut you off.
I would very much like to continue.
Yeah.
No, I will answer the question the way I see fit, the way I talk. You are not going to school me as to how to respond, sir. Now, to my point. 7th of October did not happen in a vacuum. Another big.
There you have that one. 7th of October didn't happen in a vacuum. Wow, very original. Haven't we heard that before? So the question is, how should Israel have responded to October 7? Her initial response is, well, Hamas did also offer different things. Her second response is, October 7 didn't happen in a vacuum. Okay. We understand that is your despicable position, you terrorist supporter. However, that wasn't the question.
Bigger problem is that you've had lies being regurgitated by officials from the 7th of October. I urge everyone to check www.techforpalestine.com, which gives the truth and the proper research as to what unfolded on the 7th of October.
We don't need to read anything.
Look,
none of this has anything to do with it. It's a question, right?
Yes.
You don't need to be extremely specific, just in terms of like broad approach. You just had a huge terrorist attack, and in case you think, well, that was just a one-time thing, never going to happen again, it was a total fluke. No, the leaders say, and we're going to do this again and again and again and again and again to you until you are completely wiped out. All right. Just broad brush approach here. How should Israel respond to that? We cannot get an answer from anyone on this. If they shouldn't go in and methodically, systematically hunt down Hamas to destroy them, to keep them from doing what they say they're going to do, and they promise they're going to do. If we're not supposed to do that, what are we supposed to do instead? What? Tell us what. And they can't give an answer because they know they would sound completely evil and insane if they said what they really think. Namely, Israel should just jump off a bridge. They should all just jump off. All those Jews should go jump off a bridge. That's what they want. No, not happening.
That's it.
Can't get a response.
Research www.techforpalestine.com.
And ask Dr. Norman Finkelstein
as to what unfolded on the 7th of October.
We don't need to.
And here is, by the way, here is an important detail. What she's doing here is regarding the events of October 7, which was a horrible terrorist attack. Over 1,200 people were killed on that day alone. Many others, thousands were injured, thousands were traumatized, hundreds were kidnapped and taken hostage. We have now so many reports, so many confirmed incidents of them directly targeting civilians, shooting them at gunpoint, torturing them, setting them on fire, raping them, which the UN envoy themselves confirmed, since they want to trust the UN so much. What she does, however, is she wants to change the narrative and redirect people toward a different source to understand what actually happened on October 7th. You know what this sounds like? When we talk about the Holocaust, there are certain people who are neo-Nazis who say, "Oh, you know what? Actually, the whole Holocaust narrative is all a hoax. It's all twisted and made up. But you're still believing it because you're brainwashed. The world, the globalists, the Jews, they're lying to you. How about go watch this documentary, which will tell you the truth about Hitler and how Hitler was actually the hero, but they twisted it." This is exactly what she's doing. This is what she's doing.
It's
Yeah.
all right here at www.hitlerwasright.com.
Yeah.
Sites run by Jake Shields.
This is what she's doing. This is what she is doing. She is doing the equivalent of that. The equivalent of that about October 7. We don't need any further information from any low-life, garbage, savage, pro-Palestinian source that is full of crap and that is a source of terrorism. We have seen it all right in front of our eyes. In fact, I could play hours of footage from October 7 where we can see endless incidents of Hamas shooting, killing, torturing, burning, and doing all kinds of different atrocities against Israeli civilians. We don't need your pathetic, disgusting pro-Palestinian source for that.
Read anything.
And
Hang
it
on,
is very
I'm sorry. Look,
important.
you can't
You
revisit.
do need to read.
Well, hang
you
on.
keep cutting me off. This
Yeah,
is the
because
most
I'm
bizarre
afraid
conversation
no,
ever.
I'm
Let
not
me
cutting you off.
continue.
This is the most bizarre
by the way.
conversation
No,
ever.
I'm
She
not
just
cutting
said
you
it.
off.
Let me know.
No,
You
I'm
can
challenging
challenge
you
me
because,
once I am done.
as I just said,
done.
Hamas broadcast what they were doing to the world. You don't need any report when you have people literally showing you on social media what you're doing and boasting about it.
But how do we know those weren't from Jews?
It
Jews
is
have big studios to do
I
these
feel
things.
through these debates is that it doesn't end up being a debate. It
Look,
ends up
you hear
being
that?
Oh, shut
She's
up.
a
It's not being
victim.
the
She's a victim.
and-
She's switching it to, "Oh, I'm being oppressed. Help, I'm being oppressed. I'm literally being genocided here."
This is so basic. This is what somebody does when they don't want to answer the actual question. They try to play the victim. They try to distract. They try to appeal to emotions. They try to gaslight you and all kinds of other things, also called Gaza lighting you. That's what she's doing here right now. Just answer the damn question. Stop playing the victim. There's no need for that at all.
I'm trying to convince you that Palestinian life is worth it.
But I agree.
Nobody said Palestinian life is not worth it. All that was asked is what happened on October 7 and what should Israel have done in response to October 7. If you are going to say the lives that were lost on October 7 do not matter, just say it.
Yeah, and guys, this is, I mean, seriously, we joke a lot. But this is the most relevant question that can be asked from everyone. What do you think Israel should, if you're saying they shouldn't be doing this, what should they be doing? And again, they can't answer because what they really want is just we want them all to commit suicide. That's it. We want all the Jews to just die. That's what we want.
I don't care about the deaths on October 7. That's just what she should be saying because that's what she thinks. Obviously,
they should take it and let it happen over and over and over again until they're completely wiped out. That's the actual position.
And I'm sorry, and I'm not sorry at all. But if your position is, I don't care about the deaths on October 7, I think October 7 is totally justified. I think we don't need to talk about the deaths of October 7. It didn't happen in a vacuum. If that is your position, then you are in no position to play the victim and to talk about deaths or anything at all. You should never, ever complain about atrocities. You should never complain about civilian deaths. You should never complain about any of these things. Just be quiet, openly express how vile you are, and then watch your side get crushed and be happy about it while you get away with it, by the way, and sit in your warm home while those people that you are supporting are dying over there.
Hey, what were we talking about when someone was that here? I can't recall. What something recently when people were saying that like everyone agrees with them on this. Did that happen recently? We're talking about actual statistics or something like that. I thought that happened today. Somewhere today, someone was saying that like the entire world is basically on the side. Oh, was it Piers saying that they're going to smash? Oh, yeah, it was Piers saying that this if Israel keeps going, they're going to lose the support. They're going to lose everyone's support. Remember?
Yeah,
I just looked it up because this is new. A recent Harvard-Harris poll. So I was looking it up, and there's a brand new one. A recent Harvard-Harris poll reveals that 80% of Americans support Israel over Hamas in the ongoing conflict, with 68% favoring a permanent ceasefire only if all hostages are released and Hamas is removed from power.
Alhamdulillah.
Over 70% of U.S. voters back an Israeli offensive in Rafah to defeat Hamas, including 57% of those aged 18 to 24. So the dumbest, that's the young people. That's the young, easily manipulated people. Over half of them favor invading right now. So you think, oh, if they actually do it, then you're just going to lose all the support of all these people?
Here is Aviva putting it together nicely. Don't be fooled by your social media feed or the screaming mobs on college campuses. The majority of Americans support Israel and understand it is fighting a brutal terrorist organization. Findings from the new Harvard Harris poll. 80% of Americans support Israel over Hamas. And you have it here broken down in ages and following the conflict closely and not following it closely. The younger population is slightly more support. Wow, this is actually problematic. I mean,
it is problematic.
18 to 24 years old, 43% supports Hamas. Are you kidding me? These people don't know anything at all, probably.
But I mean, and we've seen the videos. We don't know what we're here siding with, but yeah, we support Hamas. No, we can't find any of this stuff on a map. No, we have no idea what we're talking about. But this is what we were told is cool.
Yeah, but 80% of the American population supports Hamas. Supports
Israel. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here. Piers was right. Israel's losing everyone.
No, delete this from the timeline. Turn back time. It never happened.
If I could turn back time.
80% of America, 80% of the American population supports Israel. 80% of the American population supports Israel. That's it. That's what you get. That's what you get, Piers.
America.
That's what you get, Piers.
And look, the older and wiser you get, the more you side against Hamas. The more you just say, "What Hamas? No, not siding with Hamas."
You don't have to be Israeli to support Israel. You just have to be human. You see,
is as important.
You don't have to convince me at all.
It is quite
I completely agree.
That is. I don't.
Why are you trying to convince me that Palestinian lives matter?
I'm not. I don't even have a response to this. This is a very...
Yes, we know. You don't know how to respond to it. Thank you.
This is very oppressive to me. I feel like you're trying to ethnically cleanse me.
You said you're trying to convince me that Palestinian lives are worth it. I said, of course they're worth it.
I'm not trying to convince you.
Why are you stuttering?
You're not acting like it is. If you saw that...
Look at this. This is so pathetic. She could have just answered the question. She wasted so much time.
Look, and then look at Mosab. He went from intense, I'm ready to pounce, to Oh my goodness, what's wrong with her? I don't understand this. This is not.
We are now
This is not
3
coherent.
minutes into it. 3 minutes into the conversation on how should Israel have responded, and she still hasn't answered the question. She's distracted by all kinds of different things, including by Palestinian lives don't matter. Shut up. We can talk about Palestinian lives all we want. Just answer the question, right?
Yeah, you guys have had over half a year to come up with a response to this question. What should they be doing? Only requirement is it has to be a non-completely evil and insane response. What should Israel be doing? Give an answer that is not completely evil and insane. What is it? And they can't give one. They can't give one. The only answers they could actually give that reflect what they actually want would sound evil and insane. So they have to not answer.
She even stopped kissing because she doesn't want to answer anymore.
Mhm.
And she's upset.
I'll show you all. No more kisses from my sweet, sugary lips.
I love this meme here. What do we want? Globalize the Intifada. Where do we want it? All over the world. You three are up first. Here are your suicide vests. Your boss leaves in 20 minutes. People don't know what they're talking about when they say Intifada. Intifada was full of suicide, bombing, attacks, of limbs being blown around, of 15-year-old children putting on suicide vests and blowing up themselves among Israelis, and then being counted as a child, as a killed child, and so on. Women blowing themselves up in the middle of civilians, others blowing themselves up at checkpoints, and then being counted as civilian deaths. That's what the Intifada, that's what the second Intifada was about.
You wouldn't be bringing me back to the 7th of October.
But that's
You'd
what
be talking
started
to me
this
about the
whole
40,000 Palestinians who've been killed.
But October the 7th started this whole war.
Really?
Yes.
Yes, objectively, yes. That's October 7th started the current war that we are in. Yes, you can talk about how the conflict has been ongoing the entire time, but we are deliberately distinguishing between the ongoing Israel-Palestine conflict and the current Israel-Hamas war, which objectively speaking started on October 7th.
It did.
That's not, again, this is thank you for pointing out the exact issue that we have here. When you bring
Yes, the exact issue is that one side cares about facts, the other side doesn't.
it to the point of that this started from the 7th of October, that is the problem.
This war started October 7th.
The issue of this
there was a ceasefire before that.
No, sir. No, sir.
Well, there was.
No, sir. I am very sorry to say.
How can you even argue with this nonsense? With this nonsensical position, this incoherent position? We know that there was always a conflict. We know that the conflict was always going on. We know it. But the current war that we are talking about is objectively a war that started after October 7th. And you can also you can verify that by very easy, by very simple information that is undeniable. And do you want to say that the war of in 1967 did not start in 1967? It was there forever. Do you want to say that the 1948 Arab-Israeli war did not start in 1948? It was always there. What kind of stupid logic is this?
Yeah, you can say this about, I mean, think about all the wars in Europe and stuff like that. Any war between France and Great Britain, you say, hey, here's the day the war started. No, it was going on before. Yeah, you had things going on before that, right? But that's when this war started.
Yes. This is just, you can't have a proper conversation without, if these people are not going to acknowledge the actual facts at hand. White Lily said, I'm impressed by how not late you guys were today. Bravo. Thank you so much. David was only 1 minute late, which is a giant waste of time and big loss, but still, we made it work. Mr. Cloud said, David, if Nabil was alive today, what do you think he would make of the current state of the Gaza-Israel war and what biblical implications it has on our future? God bless you both. Thank you so much.
Nabil, when he was a Muslim, this is what I found interesting is, so Nabil was an Ahmadi, and so they're kind of on the most peaceful end of the spectrum as far as Muslims go. But when Israel came up, when he was still a Muslim, he really didn't like Israel. He was not crazy about Jews either. after he became a Christian and understood jihad and so on, he saw the problem differently. So he would be on the side that is not completely trying to exterminate the other, but he would kind of be in the direction of like Bishop Marmari in terms of, hey, I love everyone. He would be concerned about the Muslims of Palestine as well. But at the end of the day, I think he did have a lot of common sense. At the end of the day, I think he would say that Israel needs to do what they're doing and get this over with.
Nice. While you were answering the question, I was just looking for a kissy face to put on here.
There we go.
Viati Vista said all the odd rituals Islam makes you do is akin to autistic stimming OCD. It's a cult-like training technique to prove your loyalty to the cult. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I'd actually like to list all of Muhammad's teachings about like wiping with an odd number of stones and stepping into the bathroom with this foot first and so on. Like, what is this? And get an actual we need to get some actual diagnoses for Muhammad.
Mark Struck said, blessing to you both, AP, David Wood. Have either of you seen Hijab's new video about answering Christianity's most difficult questions? Anything incoming?
No, I haven't watched the video. I think it's the same guys that interviewed Ali Dawa when they're like, Ali Dawa, we will give you most difficult questions. Let us ask them. So, tell us, why is Islam so obviously true?
Oh, well, let me tell you, because, we got the scientific miracles, that we don't got those anymore, but we still is amazed, yeah? But there's been this book, yeah? And this guy, him is a sociologist, and him says that even babies are born believing in one God, Allah, not a trinity. So you see, this is the proof.
And we, of course, went to the book. The guy said no such thing and things like that. But anyway, I think it's those same guys. Yeah, we could go through it at some point.
I haven't seen it yet. All I've seen is this.
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested?
Yeah, we are. Oh, everything molested.
Chief Sitting Turkey said, Piers again. Oh no, please, no God, no. By Estra, I beg you. My little straps are cringing already. I love this Chief Sitting Turkey. I'm going to call it my.
No, this discussion's actually pretty good.
It's good.
Piers just isn't good at dealing with guests who are out of control. He has no idea how to control them. When you literally have to say beforehand, when I tell you stop or ask a question, do not start ranting. If you're talking over each other, I'll let you slide a little bit. But if it goes on and no one can understand, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you don't stop, I'm going to cut your mic.
Yes.
Until you listen. That's it. That's all he has to do, and he has never been able to figure that out.
I just need to flash my Barbie shirt.
Pretty manly. That's why this girl's blowing kisses at you.
Drunk Vac said, what is your opinion on a Kurdistan state? I think Kurdish people should have their own independent state. There should be a Kurdish state. There's also the great hypocrisy here on Turkey's part, where Turkey is brutally oppressing the Kurdish population and actually oppressing them, by the way. If you want to compare Israel's treatment of Palestinians to Turkey's treatment of Kurdish people, or Israel's treatment of Arabs to Turkey's treatment of Kurdish people, Israel gives Arabs inside Israel equal, full rights. Israel treats Arab culture as a regular culture, adopts Arabic as a language, has Arabic everywhere. Arab music is playing everywhere. People are interacting with Arabs. No problem at all. In Turkey, Kurds were not even able to speak their language until very recently. You can't speak Kurdish in public buildings and so on. It's all very, very messed up. And despite the fact that they are, I think, almost 20% of the population, it's like a similar situation. They should have their own state, or as I proposed before, Turkey and the Kurds should come together and change it into a different country and come to an agreement and call it Kurdistan. as Turks and Kurds combined together should have a state. They should call it Turdistan. This is still my proposal. I hope that somebody actually takes it seriously and calls it Turdistan from now on, so that we can refer to them as turds. Loney Crow said there was a funny Gil Schuster video from recently in which he walks in Israel and asks people about the red heifer, and they know nothing about it. I will have a look at that.
Yeah, by everything we can observe, this is a pretty small, even among Orthodox Jews, it seems like the dominant view is that that's going to happen when the Messiah comes. And there's other people, it looks like a small group that says, no, we're going to jumpstart that. We're going to go ahead and do this for him before he gets here.
Yes.
And what happens is it's the same thing over and over again. They will, the critics of Israel will zero in on whatever they can use to their advantage. And so they zero in, you see, they're preparing to take over the Temple Mount and demolish the dome. It's right there because they're about to sacrifice this cow. Guys, the people who are talking about sacrificing this red cow, they have no power, or they don't have a military. They don't have any ability to go up there and take out the Dome of the Rock. They just don't. So why are you freaking out about it?
Yes. Most Jewish people, as far as I gather it, especially the secular population, thinks, what is this?
What?
That's what they think. Radical Eric says if AP had to choose between being on time and the cow, he would choose the cow. Most likely. Raisin Bread said Ahmadi ex-Muslim came on YouTube live a few days ago, and one person asked him a question regarding if Muhammad was gay. Brother Ahmed said, oh, he was definitely a gay. Well, that if he said that, then it must be true. Carla Magna said, David, you need to work on your Jake Shield voice. It still sounds like your Muslim voice.
Well, I have no idea. I have no idea what he sounds like, so I just go with
Same.
I just
Same.
go with
I
my
have no
gut.
idea what he sounds like. I have never listened to the guy speak.
Yeah, it would be funny if he was like one of those Mike Tyson guys who like looks really tough, but has a really weird voice and something.
I'm Mike Tyson.
That's ludicrous. It's ludicrous.
There's this hilarious video. Anyway, we'll probably come up at some point, but a parody of his interview with Eminem on this channel called Ping Trip. I think it's actually their most watched video. It's cool. It's funny. You should watch that. Messianic Apostate said, have you noticed that some Muslims hilariously accuse Hakikachu of being an Iranian agent or a Rafidi agent because of his retarded geopolitical takes? I have seen that quite often. There's a lot of speculation on whether Daniel Hakikachu is a plant by some governments, whether it is Iran or something else. And I would say it's not an entirely unreasonable suspicion, to be honest. Yeah, let's watch some more of this.
From the 7th of October, that is the problem.
This war.
When you bring it to the point of that this started from the 7th of October, that is the problem.
This war started October 7th.
The issue of the siege,
there was a ceasefire before that.
No, sir. No, sir.
Yes,
well, there was.
No, sir.
Yes,
I am very sorry to say that, that Palestinians living the way they were as second-class citizens on their land, even, and not just in West Bank.
That's a different question.
Or Gaza.
It's a different question. To which I would say I agree with you.
That is
but I agree with
definitively
you.
the point.
Rama, I agree with you.
Oh my God, she can't even distinguish between. We get it. There was a conflict. Nobody's denying that there's a conflict.
Wait, was there a conflict? They didn't just materialize out of nowhere?
Nobody is denying that there was a conflict. Okay, that there was a conflict. However, there is now a war that is going on that objectively, verifiably started on October 7th. That's it, man.
Sir, you oppress a people, then let me finish. If you agree with me, what are you agreeing with?
I want you to answer my original question about how should Israel have responded to that terror attack? It's a straightforward question.
Because
what should they have done?
Your question, by ending the siege, by ending apartheid, by realizing that this is not a sustainable solution to keep oppressing.
By withdrawing from Gaza and allowing them to elect their own leaders as they did in 2005.
Yeah.
Oh, they already did the most extreme thing they could do and still be sane.
So once she is pushed to answer the question again and again and again, her response is as follows.
Realizing that your question, by ending the siege, by ending apartheid, by realizing.
Okay, ending the siege, ending apartheid. Let's make a few notes here. Number one, ending the siege. Here, let's make a few notes here. Ending the siege.
That this is not a sustainable. By ending the siege, by ending apartheid, by.
Number two,
Ending apartheid.
I'm using my crappy notepad here. Ending with apartheid. Okay. 3.
Realizing that this is not a sustainable solution to keep oppressing the people. I'll tell
Realizing not oppressing people.
you something interesting. There is blatant.
Was that it?
For something interesting.
Attacks. Like I blatantly kill you. But there is something that we don't realize that hurts sometimes even more. The intangible, the disrespect, the checkpoints.
Be more
One
respectful.
day,
Wait, end the checkpoints?
Freaking kidding me?
End the checkpoints? Guys, why
Remove checkpoints.
are there checkpoints, ladies and gentlemen? Because lots of terrorists would come up with bombs or guns and go slaughter people. They just go up to Jerusalem and start slaughtering people. So Israel came up with the brilliant idea, hey, let's have a checkpoint where people come in and we check them to make sure they're not bringing a bomb in here. And we, for lots of people, if they have a good record, oh, we just check your ID. We know you. You work here. We know you. We've never had any problems for you. No problem. She wants to end. Well, AP. I mean, seriously. We had one condition: make it not evil or insane. That was it. That was the only condition. Okay. You've seen what happened on October 7th. This is what there are people among the Palestinians. There are people in Gaza who want to do that to Jews. And she's seriously saying that when people want to cross from Gaza or the West Bank into Israel, Jerusalem, whatever, you should not have a checkpoint. You shouldn't check them at all. Okay. There are people there who want to come in with weapons and to slaughter as many Jews as possible. They want to rape and kill. That's what they want to do. But under no circumstances should you actually check them, because it's disrespectful. That's what she just said. She just said that. That's part of her solution.
Yeah.
One day at one of these checkpoints, and the amount of disrespect these people have to go through, the fact that.
Okay, let's add this as a 5th point. Stop disrespect. Okay.
At one point in the West Bank, a settler can just walk into your home, waltz into your home, destroy your home, take it, and be backed by a soldier. The utter disrespect of having so much injustice. There was this one Palestinian.
What? By the way, I haven't detected anything that has anything to do with the actual question,
Aggressive
which is
settlement.
How should you respond to the October 7th attacks? And the answer is stop disrespecting and remove checkpoints. So, hey, they just came and killed a bunch of you. You should make it easier for them to come and slaughter you. That's the way to do it. But don't disrespect them. Don't disrespect them when they're coming to slaughter you. That's how Israel should respond.
Our heart breaks every day over 100 times. What on earth? How is this sustainable? This is the longest siege on any place in history.
Okay, let me ask Mosab that
Of course you're going to have a 7th of October. Of course you're going to have resistance.
Yeah, actually,
At
nothing.
one point, the pressure
Okay,
point
but
is
here's
going
my problem. I'm going to go to Mosab now. But here's my point.
Finally.
Wait, what was number 7? Wait a minute.
Resistance.
Let me ask.
History.
Okay, let me ask Mosab.
This is the
Okay, well, let me ask. All right.
siege on any place in history.
Okay, let me ask Mosab that
Of course
very.
you're going to have a 7th of October.
Don't ask Mosab.
You're going to have resistance.
Yeah, actually,
At
nothing.
One point, the pressure point.
What Israel should do
Okay, I'm going to go to
is choose the cow.
All right, so here we have it. So the question was, let's look at this one more time here. The question was what should Israel have done? How should Israel have responded to October 7th? Her response is, end the siege. Okay. Now, by end the siege, she really needs to explain which siege she is talking about. Since the attack came from Gaza, and people often refer to the blockade as a siege, it could be that, but she could also be using it as a vague way of describing the occupation of the West Bank, which is an actual occupation. But what exactly is she talking about here? I don't know. Does the chat know which siege she is actually referring to? And which siege she's actually referring to? Well, let's get back to that. Number 2, end apartheid. Okay. In order to talk about this, and in order to talk about how to end apartheid, we first have to figure out what exactly is the apartheid. Where exactly is the apartheid?
We only found it in one place when we were there. We looked all over for it. We could only find it in one place.
Yeah.
And that was, and we were victims of it because we're not Muslims, remember?
Yes. So end siege needs explanation. End apartheid needs explanation. 3, realize oppressing people not good. Okay. 4, remove checkpoints. Okay, how about we also, while we're at it, we also remove all borders. All borders, all fences,
all walls. Walls divide
walls.
people, and they if I'm right here and someone else is in that room over there and there's a wall between us, that's disrespectful, right? It's like you're saying, hey, you can't be trusted in the same room with me, so it's disrespectful and it's going to hurt my feelings.
That's what
These
I think.
we have doors, like, so that not just anyone can walk into my house. We need to destroy that, right? You can't have that kind of checkpoint on who comes into your house. You can't do that. So if some mass murderer wants to come into your house, you shouldn't. It's disrespectful to actually want to check him before he comes into your house. So you got to end that.
In fact, when you go to a public bathroom, for example, like when I go to the airport and there's a long line and there's a bathroom, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm waiting in line for a while. I finally go there. I have to poop. I find it disrespectful to shut the door. I want to keep it open so that everyone can see exactly what I'm doing as I'm doing it, because it is disrespectful to have.
And even, think. I mean, you're talking about the airport, but I mean, think about those checkpoints. They actually scan you to make sure you don't have any weapons. I mean, that's so disrespectful. They're disrespecting every single traveler who comes there. I mean, they should stop that and just let people look. If you want to bring a bomb or a machine gun, I don't know who are you to say otherwise. That's hurting people's feelings.
Yes.
This is the response we're getting, ladies and gentlemen. When Piers has been asking the same question over since last October. This is the best they've been able to come up with.
However, now to be serious for a second, we brought this up recently on a different live stream. Robert said, but I don't want to see AP. You have to. If I'm there in the toilet,
look at this. This person is literally genociding you by saying that we need these dividing walls between us.
So here are the facts. The IDF or Israel took many measures in order to stop terrorism, in order to stop fighting. Right. Some of those were the fences. Some of those were the walls, especially at places where here made of concrete. 5% is made of concrete, and so on, to prevent shooting attacks near roads. After the IDF or after Israel implemented certain measures for security and safety, there has been a dramatic decline in 1, Palestinian suicide attacks, 2, shooting attacks from Judea and Samaria, aka West Bank.
Yeah, guys, look at that. Look at what happened by implementing some security measures and checkpoints. The shooting attacks plummeted from around 2,000 to close to none. She's saying that's too disrespectful. You need to be more respectful for all these people who want to come and shoot people.
Yeah. Number 3, decrease in Israeli casualties from Palestinian terror. And by the way, this only includes here they are only talking about it from an Israeli perspective. Attacks against Israelis decreased. At the same time, what this also logically necessarily leads to is a decrease in fighting and a decrease in numbers of people killed on both sides. And honestly, look, here's the thing. You have a nation that establishes itself, that prospers, that does very, very well, and you repeatedly get terrorist attacks. So much so that at some point here you have nearly 50 suicide attacks, over 2,000 shooting attacks, over 2,000 shooting attacks in a year. And Israeli casualties as a result of terrorism, and so on. As a result of that, you think, okay, you know what? We have to put an end to this. So you start implementing measures such as building fences, building walls, creating checkpoints to make sure that people do not come in with weapons, with bombs, and so on. Incidents happen during these checkpoints. People feel disrespected as a result of these checkpoints. But sorry, nobody cares about your feelings because lives are being protected, and it works. It works. Therefore, no. Why in the world would checkpoints have to be removed or changed in any way? They work. So no. Disrespecting, okay, I kind of added this as a joke because that's what she was bringing up. Aggressive settlements, completely different discussion, completely irrelevant to the actual situation at hand. And that the situation is not sustainable. These are her responses. Now, when we talk about the siege and talk about apartheid, right? There are two instances. There's the West Bank or Judea and Samaria, and then there is Gaza. Israel in 2005 took the radical measure of pulling out of Gaza entirely and removing all Jewish settlements, dismantling them all, and removing all Jewish people from Gaza, relocating them inside Israel, and compensating them for their losses, which they had as a result of this, and gave the people of Gaza the option to govern themselves, to elect a political party according to their will, but also to watch the situation and keep a temporary blockade in place. Because you don't want to just be like, okay, we'll just let you do whatever you want now after decades of terrorism. No, they gave them the chance to self-govern. 2006, 2007, what happened is Hamas was elected, and Hamas had always the clear goal to eventually want to annihilate the Jews and destroy Israel. They specifically gained power because they were opposed to the secular PLO's negotiations with Israel, because to them, negotiating with Israel was treason. They want to establish an Islamic state and want no negotiations, no peace process, nothing at all. They want to fight until they die or they kill. This Hamas took power. They rejected all kinds of peace proposals. They took power and they said, we will fight and we will take it all. As a result of that, Israel said, sorry, if you're going to do that, then we are not lifting the blockade. On the contrary, we are keeping it in place and imposing further blockades. And by the way, Israel is not the only side that did that. Egypt also did it. Yes. Israel is not the only side. Egypt also implemented a blockade. And you know who else did? The West Bank, the Palestinian Authority, the PLO. They gave Israel and Egypt the blessing to implement the blockade on Gaza and to withhold fundings that would go to Gaza. Because in the eyes of the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, of Fatah, Gaza was an illegitimate, Hamas was an illegitimate organization that undermined Palestinian unity and freedom. So they supported the blockade and supported these restrictions put upon Hamas. But somehow, after all of that, it is just Israel's fault that Israel didn't just let Hamas overrun and kill them. That's the situation we're dealing with. When it comes to the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, I would suggest I'm going to talk sooner to the traveling clad. He has been trying to get in touch with me for a while. We are in touch now. He recently went to the West Bank and actually went to some settlements and interviewed people in the settlements. Very nice people, very nice stuff. When it comes to the West Bank, there were so many proposals to give the West Bank almost entirely to this Palestinian Authority, which Israel, by the way, recognized. And yet it never worked out because the Palestinian side never agreed to any of the agreements. So get out of here. And instead answer the question, what should Israel have done in response to October 7th? If you're going to say that Israel should have just given in to the demands as a result of a terrorist act, go.
I know what you want to say. You don't need to say it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what she's saying.
Yes.
When people launch a massive terrorist attack, killing over 1,000 of your people and taking hundreds of hostages, then do what they want. Do whatever they say. Yeah, because that won't encourage more terrorism, will it? Giving terrorists anything they want with no repercussions, that would work out really well for the world. Hey, anyone in the world want anything? Just go start slaughtering people and we'll give you whatever you want. We'll meet all of your demands. That's the path forward. That's the path to peace. A clown.
BWE said, why doesn't Israel just give the Palestinians back their country? BWE, I assume that you don't know anything about the history or the conflict at all, and I don't want to be very insulting and
might be
rude at
joking.
this point. So, and you might also be joking. I don't know, but please inform yourself. There was never a Palestinian country. There was no such thing. Yeah. Please learn something. And
Israeli settlement.
I'm talking about this
village. Israeli.
I really want to have this guy on the channel. I'm in touch with him. The traveling clad. He got in touch with me. I am chatting with him. He recently went to the settlements to Shiloh and was talking to a woman who is
place looks pretty cool in the background there. Look at that.
Guiding them.
Even in some cases, some people consider settlers in the West Bank as terrorists. How does that make you feel when you hear those things?
It's very, very hurtful. And I understand that people who label us have no clue about what's actually going on here. The year 1967, we won a war of defense, a 19-year-old country. We were not interested in fighting anyone or grabbing any land, but part of the land we gained, and everyone who wants to live here peacefully is welcome. But I would like to say again, peacefully, which means do not murder. Every day there are attempts of Palestinians to try and infiltrate into our towns, to kill us as we're driving on the road. Just a month ago, very close friends of ours lost their son in a terror attack at the gas station, which is right beneath our town. It was the second terror attack where terrorists just came in, shot people in the head, and the world thinks that that's fine, and that's something that's very, very offensive to us. And I understand that there's no real understanding of the complex situation.
She is so kind, and this just brings back the memory, the vibe of that we were getting and that I was getting when I was in Israel. And you are in Israel and you interact with people, and the vast majority of people you interact with are like this. Their feelings and their approach about the conflict is like this. And then I get back and I go online, and suddenly people are again depicting Israelis like these monsters that came from a hole in the ground trying to consume the innocent Palestinians. But this is literally the spirit, the attitude that I've seen in almost everybody when I was there. And this is simply how it is. There's one side that wants peace. The other side just wants to destroy. Sorry.
I would say that I agree with you. A lot of the settlements, particularly the expanded settlements in the last few months that we've seen, are completely outrageous and indefensible and should not be happening. I completely agree with you. But when you say that, of course, October 7th is going to happen, no, absolutely not. There is nothing to justify a terror attack on that scale. Let me go to Mosab. You've waited.
Yeah, finally, get back to someone with some degree of common sense.
About that issue of the settlements. What is your view about expanding settlements in the way that Israel's been doing? Because it seems to me that they are crossing a line when they do that, which is completely indefensible.
Well, speaking of settlements, or what's so-called settlements, those are cities of hundreds of thousands of people. This was the result of the 1967 war, when the Arab countries united wanted to annihilate the state of Israel. Arabs had their opportunity back in 1948 to declare their independence. They had equal opportunity like the Jewish people.
Yes.
The Jewish people fought the British colonialism, and they shed blood, and eventually they earned their independence. But in 1948, instead of the Arabs declaring their independence, they declared war against the Jewish people. There was no such Palestine at that time. They were just Arabs. And in the British era of colonialism, Jews, Arabs, Druze, Christians, everybody in that area was called a Palestinian. The Palestinian is a colonial entity. It was not a country, and it was not a nationality. It was just a 25-year period. So now,
what it was a mandate, and a mandate officially by the terms of the League of Nations at that time was simply a territory controlled by a member, in this case, Britain, in order to engage in nation building for the people. And specifically in this case, when we're talking about mandatory Palestine, as it was called by Great Britain, the aim of it was specifically in 1920 and put into writing in 1922 to create a home in the national home of the Jewish people, where they can reestablish their state and live together with the other population, with the other people in place, like the Arabs, for example. That is what the mandate of Palestine was about. The Arabs living there only later adopted this name Palestine and made it look like this is a nation that refers to them. But they actually adopted the name that was given to that place by Western people. There was no such nation. There was no such state.
when we convinced ourselves that we were Palestinians because of Yasser Arafat wanted us to be Palestinians, the chaos had begun. And now Palestinian is nothing but the victim narrative, that we don't want to take responsibility for the choices that we have made. 70 years of conflict. And how many opportunities the Palestinians, or what's so-called Palestinians, it's not a real thing. There are Arab children, they have the birthright to be there, and Israel has 2 million of those. So the allegation of apartheid doesn't make sense. It's just a broken record by all those who have been trying to delegitimize Israel. It has nothing to do in reality. Then the victim narrative goes on.
There are many Arab children who have birthright there, as he said, and the Arab children can live there if they want to live in peace. If you don't want to live in peace, you will just not live. That's how it goes.
The 1967 borders, this was area which is the West Bank. It was under the control of Jordan. And the Gaza was under the control of Egypt. They were Egypt and Jordanian territories. It was not a Palestine. Today, Israel has peace with Egypt and with Jordan. So,
by the way, very interesting additional detail here is that completely right. Gaza was under Egyptian control. West Bank was under Jordanian control. And Jordan didn't just temporarily keep that place, Jordan actually annexed it and officially made it part of Jordan. They weren't even interested in in making that place an independent state. They wanted to make it part of their own country. And they officially did. They annexed the West Bank and it became officially part of Jordan, and they gave people Jordanian citizenship. So Jordan had no interest in creating a Palestinian state or anything like that. It suddenly became a problem when Israel took control of the place.
When the Arabs launched a war and they lost the war in 1967, Israel captured some territory. This is the consequences of war. This is and the Arabs don't want to accept the consequences of defeat. Instead of saying we were defeated and Israel won, now they played the victim card. They have been playing the victim card for 70 years.
Yes.
And instead of accepting what is on the table.
And you see my opponent here, she also plays it. Oh, you're persecuting me with questions.
West Bank and Gaza. That offer was on the table in 2000. And Yasser Arafat rejected that because the revolution has no purpose. The revolution is only for the sake of revolution. Bunch of con artists who only gain money and power. This is their game. And they have been using Arab children.
They have been using Arab children.
Yeah, so he broke this down in one of his other discussions, that basically what you have is you have these leaders who are constantly focused on inciting people to violence and keeping the conflict going. These people become billionaires, not just because they steal the aid money that comes into the country, but because other nations, whenever they want any sort of temporary peace for political purposes or something, pay these guys off. In other words, if you wanted to look good as some leader and to show that you're making progress. So in other words, if you're like the president of the United States, or you're the prime minister of some country, and you want to show that you're making progress in the Middle East, what do? You say, hey, Yasser Arafat, here's $10 million. Keep people quiet for a while. No problem. Give me the 10 million. I'll keep them quiet for a while. That clock will eventually run out, and there will be a bloodbath unless you keep paying me. Meanwhile, he becomes a billionaire. And he's pointing out this is a massive money-making scheme for con artists.
There is also another aspect which Mosab is aware of, and I believe, as far as I remember, he brings it up in his book as well, which is a very legitimate point, which is that had Yasser Arafat taken the deal and established an independent Palestinian state with what Israel offered, this would have not resulted in peace and unity among Palestinians. This would have probably been the beginning of internal heavy fighting between the Islamist faction, aka Hamas, and others, and the Palestinian authority there under Yasser Arafat, because it was clear Hamas came out with the clear doctrine and the clear covenant, the clear charter that they will never, under any circumstances, accept an Israeli, a Zionist state, and they will never be okay with just taking part of the land. They want all of it, and they want to establish a caliphate there. And any recognition of Israel, any peace process, any agreement is betrayal, is treason, and they would be against it. That was their stated idea the entire time.
The one that was assassinated after the Oslo Accords, or
please let me finish. Please don't interrupt me, please. I did not interrupt you.
That's true. He didn't.
You know, the situation got out of control. The false narrative of a victim became global.
This is the nicest that I've ever seen Mosab.
Definitely a bestseller narrative, but it's not a true story. The very basis of it, the very foundation of what's so-called Palestine is not real, because in reality there is no such thing. Now, to build all these false accusations of apartheid, of genocide, of ethnic cleansing, only the Jewish people in the Middle East suffered ethnic cleansing and displacement. Only the Jewish people. The Arabs did not suffer the same consequences of the 1967 war because Israel did not force them to leave the territory after the war.
Facts. 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 The only people who suffered it in this conflict are the Jewish people, not the Arab people. Not the Arab people.
While Egypt, your country, gave the Jewish people
Your
a
country.
24-hour notice to depart Egypt. But the Jewish people did not do the same towards the Arabs. And this is how we have 2 million Arabs in Israel. So all the accusations, they're just baseless. And this is how they have been spreading lies to delegitimize Israel without telling us even what Palestine is. What does it stand for? Is it a nation? What do they want to achieve? This revolution and this global chaos, what's their ultimate goal? I would like to know. And most importantly, who is their leadership? Is it the Palestinian Authority? Is it Hamas? Is it the Islamic Jihad? Is it this new generation of pro-Palestine that they are irrelevant to the suffering of the Arab and Jewish children of the region?
Let me get it right.
This is an important question, actually. This is actually a very important question. People keep talking about how Israel is occupying Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. All right. Let's say all of that is, let's say that is true. Let's say that's all right. Let's say that's true. Let's say Israel suddenly says, hey, you know what, guys? We are completely stupid and we want to give you all the land that you want. Here, have it all. What exactly would happen? Would there be one Palestinian entity? Who would be in charge of it?
I think they'd instantly start slaughtering each other to take control.
Yep. Just as they did back in 2006 and 2007 and 2008 after Hamas was elected. Because on the one hand, you have the Palestinian Authority, Fatah, in the West Bank. On the other hand, you have Hamas in Gaza. Both sides see only themselves as the legitimate representatives and leaders of the Palestinian people and do not accept the other side and would violently fight the other side if it came down to it, as they did before. So if suddenly Israel disappeared completely, it would be Hamas against the Palestinian Authority, and the world would be watching these two sides fight each other, and then it would be ceasefire now, ceasefire now, ceasefire now, stop killing. Who's killing? It's no longer Israel. It's just these two sides killing each other. That's what would happen, because that's what the culture brings forth. I want to take a few super chats here. We have a lot, and I barely read anything. David, you're yawning. What is it? What's up? You want to leave? You tired? You're bored?
I'm not yawning.
Hunting Shark said, here's some shekels for the cult. Keep up the good work. You should react to watch the documentary The Green Prince and his interview with Douglas Murray, or the one Mosab did with Jordan Peterson. We already reacted a little bit to the Mosab Jordan Peterson thing. That was on your channel, wasn't it?
Was it?
I think so.
I think so. Hey, maybe pay attention to what happens on my channel there too, sport. And then you wouldn't be telling us to do something that we did the other day.
Maybe Hunting Shark doesn't like Christians. I don't know.
Then that's his problem, not mine.
Elen J. Yar just said, if you didn't know, one of the camp gurus at Columbia is visiting Prof. Mohammed Abdu. He wasn't actually fired and literally wrote the book for what is going on in the colleges, Islam and Anarchism.
Nice.
Nice. Sheikh Yadik says, Mosab is smiling at the thought of sacrificing another heifer live TV. I hope so.
He just called this woman a heifer.
It's very, very
And you did not rebuke him. This is what happens. This is what happens.
She's not a heifer. No. Mr. Mag said, I love seeing Mosab smile. I bet it's something he'd rarely done as a child and a grown-up. I hope so. The Uralic tribe said, will you...
No, he's way cooler and more intimidating when he's not smiling. He just looks like he's ready to rip your throat out.
No. The Uralic tribe said, will you guys react to a recent video of Muhammad Hijab's debunking of Christianity? It's filled with lies once again.
Yeah, someone already asked us about that. Yeah, we'll check it out.
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
Maybe this weekend.
Miss B said the next great debate on Israel Palestine: Mosab versus Crackhead Barney.
That's what we need.
Moderated by a flustered Piers Morgan, would be pay-per-view monthly.
We do need more Crackhead Barney on here.
Look at me. That's how it would go. And he would be like, what is this? What is this? Apostate of Allah. What, did you change your name, White Lily, to Apostate of Allah? What happened here? Rama's hair and neck is showing. Good thing she's older than 11 months, so she won't make certain Dawa dudes stumble. Yes, she's already too old. If you're past the age of 10, you're already too old to attract the attention of Dawa guys, so it's all right.
But does she have a granddaughter?
Gigi Ryder, JNS says Saudi would be blocked from being a partner with Israel if Israel concedes to Iran, and B, if Israel is deemed a criminal state, leading to more violence in the region. I do not know. I don't want to make any speculations about the situation at hand. Let me, by the way, see if there's any updates on stuff. U.S. lawmaker said Israel arrest warrant speaker move would be lawless. Yeah, there is nothing happening in the world at the moment yet. Ori said, AP and David, there's a new Israeli documentary on YouTube titled Screams Before Silence. It has testimonies from Israeli women about the atrocities committed on 7/10, including the rape and killings and their captivity. I have seen it earlier today. I bookmarked it and will watch it. I don't think we can react to it live, but I am going to watch it.
You should send them a message and ask for permission. Hey, can we just watch the entire thing while we're live and comment on it?
We could do that. I think it has already Screams before. I think it earlier I checked it and it already had like 500,000 views or so.
Yeah, came out 4 days ago. 530,000 views.
Yeah,
it's only an hour. Only an hour. You should explain to them who you are and ask them if we can watch the entire thing while live, and we'll be adding our commentary and stuff like that. Just
yeah, it has a lot of footage, witness testimonies, and so on. Yeah, I could look into that. Adi Wasaman, hey, what's up? Said this pious Muslim woman rocking the Sheikh Yabubi look. Carlo Magda said, AP, how dare you bring a pretty woman on the screen? I might get uncontrollable lust like Momo now. This is the problem. This is always the problem. The Prophet Muhammad once was walking outside and he saw a woman. We don't know anything else, by the way, about the woman. Just that he saw the woman. And then he was immediately overcome with the desire to have sex with that woman. So he went to his wife, one of his many wives, actually, and had sex with her as she was in the middle of tanning leather. And then he went outside and he told his people, the woman comes and goes in the shape of a devil. So when one of you sees a woman, he should come to his wife, for that will repel what he feels in his heart. This is what the Prophet Muhammad said. So I don't know why she's doing this whole disrespect to you.
Yo, AP, the Screams Before Silence, they actually have a link to their website. And if you go to their website, they have media contacts and they talk about hosting screenings and stuff like that. But they've got their email addresses and phone numbers on there as far as contacting them. Probably say, hey, here's some of the stuff that you explain what you've been doing on your channel and stuff like that, who you've worked with, and tell them we'd like to just watch it, the whole thing all the way through. Some occasional pauses for in-depth and brilliant commentary.
I don't have to explain myself.
You can do that. Just say, I'm the Apostate Prophet. What?
Yeah. Ali Wasaman said this woman comes and goes in the shape of a devil. That's true. Ali Wasaman said you might just have to be a little civil to be considered a civilian. You don't have to be civil to be considered a civilian. You just need to go out there and say, "I want all this land for myself,"
Mine.
and then you will be respected. Hunting Shark said, by that logic of Israeli operations will create more Hamas members, there would have been thousands of Nazis immediately after World War II. Well, yes. And one of the stated goals of Israel in this war was to take control of the situation and to educate the people and change the environment and prevent something like Hamas from ever gaining power again. Lonnie Crow said about arrest warrants, prosecutor was appointed by US, so the State Department tries pressuring Netanyahu from entering Rafah with the Israeli left who wants to stop war and throw Netanyahu. Yeah, I need to see more on that in order to make any commentary on that. Sid Dave said, kudos to Muslims for always defending secularism, LGBT rights, women's rights, multiculturalism when they are in a minority. Huge
They do a great job of it when they're in the minority.
Yep, especially. Sankey, they surrendered to the Prophet's judgment, who directed them to the Sard to give his verdict. He said, "Oh, Prophet, won't this radicalize the Khaibarites?" Yeah. That's what happened. That's why the Jews are now not allowing the Palestinians to freely murder them. See, Lucid said there is no substitute for victory. Douglas MacArthur. Sid Dave said, we can never compare Geisens to Germans and Japanese. Germans and Japanese have contributed so much to humanity. We owe them a lot. What about all the Gazan contributions to the world?
The chief export of Gaza is terrorism.
Well, what about the Kafirs?
Well, that's on the top 10 list.
See? Arya Osman said, the Mossad told me that Fartfur's homework was so beautifully written that it must have been from Allah. It most definitely was, and the Jews stole it. Paradox said, in Islamic countries, women are forced to wear hijabs, burqas, so that the men aren't tempted by them. Using that same logic, shouldn't goats too be made to wear burqas, or at the very least burkinis? This is a good point, and I will bring this up to Islamic scholars in the future. GG Ryder, Sam said, most people don't know that Arab militant leaders tortured and killed Arabs' friendly leaders for being nice and selling land to Jews, buying land grab in Islam context. Yep. Moo Joe, clearly clueless using word salad. The worst part, she blamed his hate on daddy issues as if his father was a Rendo guy. Madness. We imported and spent billions on people like her. This is true. I don't know. Was she educated in America? As far as I know, she is part of a rich media family.
Must be nice.
So she's not just some random person.
Must be nice. An Egyptian journalist known for her viral confrontation with CNN reporter Clarissa Ward. The border crosser, she accused Ward of biased reporting. Oh, shocker. She claimed to be a victim and believed she was legitimizing the ongoing Israeli invasion of the Gaza Strip. She has also made numerous appearances, blah, 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 blah. Prominent Egyptian media family. Her grandfather, Mohsen Mohammed, was editor-in-chief. Well,
there you go.
Yeah. And her mother, blah, 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 held the position of vice president of Egypt. Her grandmother was vice president of Egyptian state television.
Oh.
Her mother was a reporter. Interviewed Bill Clinton, Condoleezza Rice. So yeah, big media family.
Must be nice. Well,
and they taught her well too. Oh, you're oppressing me.
She's not a terrible person. She's not a terrible representative in person to me.
Oh, she's massively better than some of the ones we've seen.
Yeah, she's respectful. Most of the time she's listening, giving Mosab the time to speak, not being completely horrible. The thing is, if it just wasn't for that short period of whining of well, you're oppressing me with these questions. The thing is, we'd have been all good. If you are on that side of the conflict, you are much more, you will most likely end up being on the pro-Palestine, anti-Israel, anti-Jews part, and under the circumstances, this is just as good as you can be. So I don't know. I don't have a problem with her. I've seen significantly worse people in this
Mosab,
during this
yeah,
war.
Mosab should have been blasting back more since she's from Egypt and a media person now. He should have been blasting more on that. Why don't you open your border? You're complaining about their checkpoints. What about your checkpoints? You have a big wall and big tanks there to protect
well-
you. Why do you need protection in Egypt? Why do you think they will kill you?
What about Egyptian children? Moo Joe, maybe she does not believe what her fellow Hamas and co did on October 7 because she and her mom are into, yes, probably. Nutrition with Maya said nothing but made a super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hunting Shark said the Palestinians have been wanting to wipe Jews from the land since 1920, even before that, and used religion as a pretext. Best example of this is the Nabi Musa riots. Yep. The whole paranoia started very, very early. That oh, look at this, the Jews, they're coming here, and they want to take it all, and they want to kill us all, and they want to get rid of us and deport us all. For which they started hunting Jews, and it never stopped. And now they're playing the victim. Nutrition with Maya said Mosab might take on a stare down with blue steel. Alhamdulillah. GG Ryder said Hamas wrote all legal agreements are null and void that give away Islamic Holy Land. Correct. That includes land titles bought from Arabs, extra barren land. Yep. They made it very clear from the beginning that any agreement made with Israel is null and void. Any agreement made with the Zionists is null and void, that they have no place at all in the land. That from the river to the sea, all of it will be one Islamic state. I mean, I believe that if Hamas actually took over, if in a hypothetical situation, Hamas actually somehow defeated Israel and took this entire land and became the one authority in charge of the entire land, they wouldn't even be interested in an idea of nationalism, in an idea of Palestinian nationalism. They would turn it into an Islamic state of something, and then make efforts to unite with other Islamic countries or to just make it one big Islamic entity. They're not interested in secular nationalism. They are interested in Islamism. All of this is just a farce. Let's finish this.
Rama, for your response, I mean, what is the answer to that question? Who is in charge of the Palestinians? Who should be in charge going forward? Do you see any role for Hamas at the end of this war?
It's not up to me. As Mr. Hassan clearly stated, I am Egyptian. This movement is for the people of Palestine. And it is very dangerous what you said, Mr. Hassan, because this maybe is what even started this whole thing, when you had a group of immigrants coming in and stating this is a people without a land for a land without a people. There was always a people. They were the people of Palestine. And especially when we talk about history, you have to also note
the vast majority of the land was empty. The image that we just saw of a settlement, Shiloh, it was mostly empty. Much of the coastal region was empty. It was swamps, disease-ridden. The Zionist movement actually turned this whole place into a livable place.
what was happening in the rest of the world, that this was a point where most countries were colonized, and there was this whole movement to decolonize, and there was nationalism. You can't just give this brief history lesson without talking about it in length. And if you want to do so, we can by all means do so, but I don't think we have the time. And
of course, yeah, now we don't have the time. That's but it's of course very, very nice to say, oh, I'm not Palestinian myself, I'm Egyptian, so I have no say about what the Palestinian people themselves will do. You know, I can't say about whether Hamas should be in power or not. You are talking about the conflict. You're being asked a simple question. Why don't you ask the question?
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Like, I will tell the Jews 487 things that they need to do. Oh,
Yeah.
what? I can't tell the Palestinians what to do. I'm not the boss of them. If they want Hamas and they want terror and they want an endless terrorist attacks, then so be it. Who am I to say?
I mean, I want to have the audacity for a second to speak as if I was an Israeli, which everyone knows secretly I am, although publicly I'm pretending I'm not. If I was an Israeli and my government was asked to grant these Palestinian people just to just have the right to elect whomever they want and then go with them and do whatever they want, and I knew for a fact that these Palestinian people will most likely elect a party like Hamas, I would say, you know what? Don't give them anything. Keep them under blockade until they choose a path that does not involve the fundamental goal to eradicate us and our nation. I mean, why in the world would anybody agree to give a people the freedom to come and take your land completely and to kill you all? How stupid is this? Who in the world, which other nation in the world is expected to make peace with and to give a group the right to come and kill you when they have the written policy, a history, explicitly stated goal of coming and taking your land and killing you? Who in the world would be dumb enough to accept something like this? Who in the world is asked to accept something like this? Only Israel is expected to accept something like this. Only Israel is expected to make peace with and give whatever they want to a population that has the explicit aim and goal to come and kill the Jews and destroy all of Israel. Go get the hell out of here. They should not give them any rights at all. They should keep them under occupation until they agree to make peace once and for all. Otherwise, piss off.
Yeah, that ranks right up there with Mohammed Hijab's solution when he was asked, "Oh, what should Israel do? They should give the Palestinians tanks." That was his actual suggestion. That's how you deal with the conflict. You arm the people who want to slaughter you.
There's really no other country that is held to this ridiculous standard. Can you imagine? You're in America. You had a conflict in the past with Mexico. Let's take Mexico, because Canada is too nice, although they're terrible people. But you have Mexico, and the Mexican population has a border dispute with you. You have overpowered them, and you know for a fact that the majority of Mexicans, as stated in polls and all that, if given the chance, will elect a party whose goal is to destroy America and eradicate all those who support the United States of America, and to take all of this land for themselves and create some religious or racial oppression against these people. Would you think, oh, I guess, yeah, whatever, let's just give them the chance to do that, let's see what happens? How ridiculous is this situation, man? You have polls. According to the polls, according to the most recent polls, the Palestinian PCPR, Palestinian something research, and Washington Institute, the majority of Palestinians still want to vote for Hamas over PLO, over Fatah. And the majority still believe that they should continue fighting until all of the land belongs to them, and so on. Fuck off.
And so the most important thing to note here, just as I clearly stated, when we were at the protest yesterday, it was predominantly Palestinian Christians, because you have IDF soldiers.
Yes, exactly.
I thought it was mainly Jews.
Yeah, she just said mainly Jews. Now she changed it into predominantly Palestinian Christians. How did that happen? Maybe they identify as Palestinian Christians and then they identified as Jews as well later on. We just have to believe it.
Having the one church that is left in Gaza is under siege, where a mother went out because she needed the bathroom. They shot her, and then they shot her daughter who came to help her. This is what...
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. This would be a very funny incident to bring up the population, the demographics of Christians in Gaza, by the way. What happened under the concentrated Muslim rule to the population of Christians in Gaza and the West Bank?
Population of Christians has got to be booming.
There's like a tiny portion of Christians left in Gaza. They're almost totally gone. Bethlehem in the West Bank went from 80% Christian to 20% Christian. But yeah, sure, Israel is the problem here. Yeah.
What you are dealing with. Sir, what peace are you talking about for a person to be able to look at a child that is starving, that is running towards aid and shooting them? If you're not going to stand up now, when you see such war crimes happening daily on your phones and not say that something is very wrong right here, what are you expecting the world to look like after this? What are you expecting with the polarization, with the hatred that is then going to ensue? People are so hurt.
AP, she's talking about worrying about the hatred and so on. Like, which side is the hatred predominantly coming from?
Muslim, the Palestinian side, yeah.
Yeah, those are the guys. Those are the guys who tend to be throwing endless tantrums and calling for one side to be completely wiped out and exterminated.
Yes,
and flipping out. And hey, we're going to harass everyone, and we're going to harass every Jew on every spot on the planets. And if you're a Jew, you cannot get to your room on this college campus. You can't do it. We'll block you.
So then why are you oppressing them?
Don't know. What we're supposed to do is give in to their demands, according to her.
In 2009, there were an estimated 50,000 Christians in the Palestinian territories, mostly in the West Bank, with about 3,000 in the Gaza Strip. In 2022, 13 years later, about 1,100 Christians lived in the Gaza Strip. Wow, man. And you want to talk to Israel about Christians? This is literally Gaza lighting.
The videos that we are having to watch daily now of families trapped under rubble.
And by the way, Christian population in Israel is booming. Christian population in Israel is growing.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about the Christians. Christians flourish among Muslims.
If you care about the Christians, let them be part of Israel, and let them flourish in Israel, because they're doing very well in Israel, as opposed to the Palestinian territories where they are going extinct.
In what world is it normal for a mother to go get aid and come back to find that her house has been flattened, that her family has been slaughtered? These are thousands. How is it that in mere 5 months we're talking about a 40,000 casualty? These are not numbers. These are people with stories. How are you justifying what?
That's very funny to say, because just a few minutes ago she was completely refusing to even acknowledge the deaths of October 7 victims in Israel. That wasn't even numbers.
You are justifying when a son finds out that his father has been killed so easily. What do you have to say to this person? What do you have to say to this child in the West Bank?
Let me ask him.
There we go. Waiting for that.
Look, very important to understand the origin of suffering. And the cycle of violence is a very long, vicious cycle of violence. And I think the root cause of this is the false narrative and the victim narrative. Instead of taking responsibility, we blame everybody. The suffering of the Gazans, do you think you are the only ones who see the suffering of the Gazans? You're not the only one.
And the West
But
Bank
in war, people suffer.
Please, sir.
He sat there for 10 minutes while she babbled on, and then
What an irrelevant interjection there.
What are you on about?
I am from the West Bank. This is my birthplace, and I know what's going on
Then
there, and I
I
know
think you
all the
ought to
con
discuss that
artists
as
who
well.
have been hijacking generation after generation. They don't care for the children. They don't care for humanity. Their game is for power and money. This is what they do. So now the situation in Gaza, we call it a human shield situation. A
Sorry, I pushed the wrong button.
society that has been hijacked by Islamists who don't value life, their purpose in the other life, not in this life. Hence, they want to destroy Israel and they want to destroy all other civilizations. And this is why we don't accept this. Then it doesn't matter what
This is
happened
the
before,
West
before
Bank?
October 7th.
He sat there for 10 minutes while she rattled on.
Okay, I just want to hear that again. Okay, I just want to hear the context.
This
here
is
again.
what they do.
That's
So
what
now
they
the
do.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
generation after generation, they don't care for the children. They don't care for humanity. Their game is for power and money. This is what they do. So now the situation in Gaza, we call it a human shield situation. A society that has been hijacked by Islamists who don't value life, their purpose in the other life, not in this life. Hence, they want to destroy Israel and they want to destroy all other civilizations. And this is why we don't accept this. Then it doesn't matter what
This is
happened
the
before,
West Bank?
before October 7th.
Is she even listening to the conversation? I thought I missed something there, because I was pretty sure that he was talking about Gaza here.
Well, he was
And
he was mentioning that he's from the West Bank and so on. So
Okay, but then they moved on from there, and look at this. He literally says the situation in Gaza. Listen to this, and then she says, "This is the West Bank."
The Islamists
Look at this.
for power and money. This is what they do. So now the situation
what
in
they do.
Gaza, we call it
Look, the situation in Gaza. Did you hear that?
is for power and money. This is what they do. So now the situation in Gaza, we call it
Said
a
it twice.
human shield situation. A society that has been hijacked by Islamists who don't value life, their purpose in the other life, not in this life. Hence, they want to destroy Israel and they want to destroy all other civilizations. And this is why we don't accept this. Then it doesn't matter what
This is
happened
the
before,
West
before
Bank?
October.
this is where you pat her on the head and go ahead and move on.
I mean, it is a human condition. It happens. People don't understand properly what somebody else is saying. But he clearly said, now the situation in Gaza, and he talked about it. And she's like, this is in the West Bank. I don't know, maybe Gaza is in the West Bank nowadays. I don't know.
October 7th. October 7th cannot be justified as resistance. What happened was barbaric. What happened was savagery. What happened was beyond any imagination. This is what ethnic cleansing and genocide really means. When you kill
Can I ask one question?
communities,
Can I
wipe
just-
them
I'm so
out
sorry,
because
I
of
don't
their
want to interrupt.
religion, because of their
Can I ask
religion
one
and
question?
ethnic background. What's happening in Gaza, not because of the ethnic and religious background of Gazans. What's happening now in Gaza, because if their governing authority choose to make a stupid stunt and wiping out 20 peaceful Jewish communities that they had nothing to do, including kidnapping babies and elders and women. And
Thank you.
what is this? We are in the 21st century and we have to stop these savages before
Thank
they
you.
become an empire. It's our responsibility to fight. And
Man.
soldiers in
He's on fire right now. That's what I said. He always kind of zeroes in on what's most important. The most important point he could bring forward right there. It's when these guys crossed over into Israel, their goal was genocide. They're killing people specifically for being part of an ethnic. They're looking at what ethnic background are these people? We're slaughtering them because of that. And if they hadn't been stopped, they'd have kept on going and going and going. All the people who've been killed in Gaza during this war, is Israel just saying, hey, they're Muslims, let's kill them? Or, hey, they're Arabs, let's kill them? No, they're going after Hamas and people are getting killed along with. So what is the goal? Your goal, your intention is part of the definition of genocide. And it just doesn't apply here. And he's saying, look at what they're really after. Look at their real ideas. You cannot allow this to continue. You can't allow it to expand. You can't allow it to grow and take over and become an empire. You can't do it. You have to stop it. You absolutely must stop this now. That's his response to, oh, how can you guys be so mean and all these things you're doing? Because you have to stop this. You don't know what you're up against. I do. I was there. That's his response.
I don't know. I really admire this guy a lot.
He's all right. He's all right.
And I think I honestly think that I see a hero in this guy and a voice that all of those people should be listening to. This guy's appeal to the Palestinians should be blasted loudly for all the Palestinians to hear and to take in and to think about. He cuts through the BS and talks about what actually needs to be said. Just listen to the man. Unfortunately, she is not listening to him at all. Because notice while he is speaking, she is still stuck, I think, on the one point because she misunderstood what he's talking about. She thought he's talking about the West Bank when he clearly is talking about Gaza. She's not even paying attention to the topic. She's still stuck on that and still wants to clarify whether he's talking about the West Bank, because she is not paying attention to the conversation. And I understand, like, you are on TV, you are on a very, very popular show that is being watched by thousands. You are on the spot. It happens. It's not easy to be put on the spot and to be in the middle of such a conversation. You can get distracted very easily. It happens. But I guess if you are not fit for the conversation, you should probably leave the conversation to somebody else. But pay attention to the things that he's actually saying because they matter, and stop playing the victim.
What is this? We are in the 21st century and we have to stop these savages before they become an empire. It's our responsibility to fight. And the foot soldiers in Gaza, let me tell you something. Those soldiers, they have families. They are humans. They are my friends. They are sacred warriors who are fighting on behalf of civilization to stop savages from taking over.
Your sacred warriors.
So don't tell me about the suffering. The suffering
sir.
of Gazans is the outcome of Hamas taking human shields. This is the outcome. This is Hamas
What
crime.
about the suffering of Palestinians in the West Bank and other
is not committing
areas?
a crime against humanity.
Okay, I think,
Israel
look,
is fighting in Gaza,
Rama,
following all
hang on,
war
Mosab.
I'm so
protocols.
sorry. Can
Hang
I
on.
just say one
Israel,
thing?
listen.
Let me
This
just
is
say
very
something.
important. This is very important. Israel is following
Fine,
war
let him
protocol
finish.
in Gaza. Hamas
What? What did she just say?
Israel is following
Fine,
war
let him
protocol
finish.
in Gaza. This is
What'd she
very
say?
important. Israel is following
Fine,
war
let him finish.
protocol in Gaza.
Oh.
Hamas broke
Fine, let him finish or something like that.
every protocol, moral.
What is that?
What was that?
Gaza.
That's her realizing she's making a terrible face.
Protocol, moral,
See?
universal protocol in this.
She probably got an
Oh,
earpiece.
oh.
She probably got an earpiece, and they said, "You're looking really, 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 really angry right now. Look better."
Every
She's like this.
protocol, moral, universal protocol in this war.
Well, it may be, of course, that it turns out Israel has been committing some war crimes in Gaza. We will see. But let me ask you, Ram.
It is possible.
Don't make me go off on you too, Piers. I'm just saying. I'm just
It is
saying.
possible. It is possible.
If anyone ever got Mosab on the same live stream with the she was 9 years old guy, like the entire internet would just explode. It would actually explode.
Yeah. That's what I see. That's what I'm saying too. You know, he says maybe it is possible that the idea that Israel has committed war crimes. Yeah, it is possible. It is.
And
It is
if
entirely
there are
possible.
if there are investigations, and then it's going to come down to, is it just some guy who did something, in which case you punish that guy? Was he under orders to do that from higher ups, in which case the punishment is going to be higher up the chain? Is it like the government itself saying do this thing? If so, then the government will be held responsible. Those things happen after wars.
You saw what happened with the whole thing. What was that? The World Central Kitchen. The 7 workers got killed in a strike. The IDF came out after conducting an investigation, where, by the way, lots of people were like, "You see it now? They're denying it.
This is
No,
what
they will
Jews do.
They will
This
do
is
the
what
investigation,
Jews
and they
do.
will be saying they will say it's not our fault." No, the
See?
IDF came out.
Jews.
The IDF came out and said, "This is was our mistake. The World Central Kitchen did nothing wrong. We, as the IDF, take full responsibility. This is unforgivable. We understand. And there was a mistake done in the chain of command, and the action is being taken as a result of this. We have suspended this person and that person and this and that and that. They have taken responsibility." The IDF admitted it, okay? Because this is what a responsible side actually does. They take responsibility for a fault, for a mistake that they have done. And it's possible that as a result of investigations, it will be found out that individuals within the IDF have committed acts that should not have been committed. And if it is the case, then of course this will come to light and it will be dealt with, of course. However, we clearly have one side that is trying to abide as much as possible by proper standards of war, and that is the IDF. And we have another side that is a terrorist organization hell-bent on eradicating Jews and destroying Israel, taking hostages, which is a war crime, humiliating them on camera, torturing them, raping them, setting civilians on fire, and so on. Don't make a comparison.
I mean, you wanted to ask a question directly of Mosab. What was that?
Yes.
I forget.
I think I forgot, but I wanted to
That's
say
right.
one thing.
That happens to me too. No harm.
About the foot soldiers. Your honorable foot soldiers have been filming themselves boasting their war crimes in dinosaur suits, I believe, as well as donning Palestinian female lingerie of dead and displaced Palestinian women.
Once again, it's a situation where any soldier who does anything, you see, this is representative of Jews everywhere.
Yep.
Same thing.
And here again, here's the situation. A war is taking place.
It's basically guys goofing off.
Yes.
While they're
yes.
searching places and stuff, and hey, look in here! Whoa, look at these Palestinian Muslim women. Their drawers are filled with all these sexy lingerie, and you see how evil. What were the Hamas guys doing? Like torturing and raping people and stuff like that, like smashing nails into them while raping them and stabbing them while raping.
Look, here's the thing.
But he said, look at the lingerie in all these drawers.
Here's the thing: if an IDF soldier goes and actually goofs around and does something with lingerie, for example, it is disrespectful. It's disrespectful. It goes against the standards of the IDF itself, by the way, and most likely there is disciplinary action taken. Most likely it has consequences, and so on, because it is not something that is authorized or commanded by the IDF. Okay, you're talking about soldiers taken directly from the regular population. What do you think the population is? You could argue that there is an assault against the dignity of civilians or whatever it is. You could talk about that forever, and you could talk about whether that is appropriate or not. However, as David just pointed out, on one hand you have Israeli soldiers doing some joking around in possibly disrespectful ways. On the other hand, you have Hamas members filming themselves, torturing and humiliating and point blank killing Israeli civilians, dragging them through the roads, stepping on them and shooting on them repeatedly, parading their dead bodies through the roads while other Palestinians cheer for them, spitting on them, and so on. And your comparison to that is seriously IDF soldiers goofing around with lingerie. That's it.
Yeah, I have to say, see, like people can have a point about, hey, be careful. Hey, if you're dropping bombs, try to be as careful. You have legitimate points. If I were to list my concerns about things that take place in the war, some random recruit who says, "Hey guys, look at all the lingerie in this room we're searching," that would not be high up on the things that I'm concerned about in a war.
It's like you see one side is like one side is going around killing, torturing, raping, burning people, and the other side is bullying people.
Is joking. Yeah, they're joking around.
Yeah, and you're like, "Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that!
Joking is the worst thing in the world. You see,
so
this is why
disrespectful.
slaughtering them is justified."
And get the hell out of here with your wicked standards of morality here. This is
you as a Palestinian. They've also been recording their war crimes that have been taken and used in criminal courts, and if anything, have just showcased the audacity and the confidence that they have when they conduct their war crimes.
which war crimes? Which war crimes? She still didn't mention anything.
And she's kind of refuting herself there. She's pointing out that they actually get in trouble over their work. What's that mean? It means if you do something, you get held accountable. You get held accountable in the IDF.
So what is your question?
Also stated,
she said she didn't remember. Pierce, what's wrong with you?
Pierce.
That they have when they conduct their war crimes. So
what is your question?
Also stated you were. I honestly forgot the rant put me off. So
okay, well let me
the rant.
I'm sorry,
okay.
I remembered. Sir, you say that you use very big terms. How would you then describe the slaughter of 40,000 people and away from Gaza? I want you to
Stupid. How do you describe the slaughter of 40,000 people? One, well, it's not a slaughter. Your guys, after coming and slaughtering a bunch of Jews and taking a ton of hostages, ran and hid among a bunch of civilians. We're coming to get the hostages, and we're coming to find the people who committed these crimes. If they're hiding among civilians get as far away from them as possible. If they're hiding amongst you, there's going to be collateral damage. That's just how this works. If you have a better way of going after the hostages and going after the terrorists, you had the opportunity to suggest something. What was your response? Well, just end checkpoints and surrender to them. Okay, no, we're being serious here. We're not being morons. What is the alternative? You had a bunch of terrorists. They went over there and hid among those people. Either we can go get them, or if you're saying we can't, then what are you saying? You're saying let them go. Anyone who terrorizes you, anyone who goes on a killing spree and then runs and hides among civilians, well, you just have to let them slide because they can't. There's nothing you can do about it. Okay, that's disastrous. That would send a message to every terrorist group in the world. Hey, go kill all the people you want, then just run and hide among civilians, and we'll give up. We'll give up because we're not going to come after you. Because if we come after you, then there's going to be collateral damage, and we can't have that. It's unacceptable. So just terrorize all you want around the world, and we will never ever ever stop you. Just hide among civilians. That's what she's saying.
Here's your response, dear. What's her name? Rama. Here's your response. Proportionality. which lots of people are misusing nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
But here is the principle of proportionality prohibits attacks against military objectives, which are expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated.
Meaning, if there's not really a good point, if there's not
Yes.
really a good justifiable reason for going after it.
Yes. In other words, the principle of proportionality seeks to limit damage caused by military operations by requiring that the effects of the means and methods of warfare used must not be disproportionate to the military advantage sought.
Yeah,
This-
namely crushing the people who admittedly seek to completely exterminate you. And they're over
Yes.
there. Those people who acknowledge that they're going to exterminate you, they're going to completely wipe out your population, they're over there. Is it justifiable that you want to go and crush them? Yes. Okay, they're hiding among civilians. All right, that falls within the bounds here of the principle of proportionality.
Here is the thing. This principle here directly implies or indicates that killing civilians in and of itself is not a violation of laws and is not a war crime.
Correct. It couldn't be, or every war that's ever been fought would be, every military that's ever fought a war would be guilty of war crimes, because I'm assuming there's some rare exception at some point, but I mean, anytime you're talking about any war you've ever heard of, there's been civilian casualties.
Yes. So this means if, for example, 20 targets are identified, and of those 20 targets, 10 of those can only be hit while also killing civilians, but they must be hit in order to reach a military goal, namely defeating a terrorist organization that specifically uses those targets in order to hide themselves, in order to protect themselves, in order to hide themselves from your targeting. And you hit those, while the others, for example, don't include any civilians. This means you have hit targets with the intention of reaching a military goal, and out of necessity also killed civilians in the act, and it is justifiable. It's not a crime. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong in international law. If, however, you went out there and just started randomly killing civilians and randomly bombing the civilian population with no military goal whatsoever, that would be a war crime. There is no proof at all that such a thing is happening. On the contrary, we have a lot of evidence that that is not the case, that Israel is doing whatever they can to avoid civilian casualties. Although they happen, because we are talking about Gaza, which is a heavily densely populated area where Hamas deliberately, even by their own admission, uses tunnels under the civilian population and likes to martyr their population. That's it. In this case, it's actually Hamas that is committing war crimes by using their civilians as human shields. That's literally what that stands for. That's it. You can talk about 50,000 deaths, 60,000 deaths if the military goal is reached, and if those are necessary, there is no problem with it.
Slaughter of 40,000 people and away from Gaza. I want you to explain to me.
I'm sorry, what I want to emphasize is because people are so sensitive about these numbers and keep appealing to emotions, but it doesn't matter how many people you kill.
Yeah, guys, you were talking about
millions.
There were millions of people. There were millions of civilians killed in World War II.
It's a terrible thing, right? It's a terrible thing to kill civilians. It's a terrible thing to kill humans.
Yeah.
We are aware. We
It's
know
a part
it's
of
a terrible
war.
thing.
It,
We
it,
know
it,
it's a
it
terrible thing.
happens in
It's
war.
sad. It's bad. However, it doesn't matter how many civilians you kill. If it is justifiable, if it is demonstrated out of necessity, these killings were done because otherwise we couldn't have reached this goal, and there was no other way, that is justified. Sorry, it's tough, but that is war, and that is what Hamas asked for on October 7th.
How is it that you find it normal, and what you expect of a child that is taken and kidnapped from his home, from his family, from the West Bank?
Okay.
Is it normal that you have children being...
You want to talk about children? Let me tell you about some.
Is this something you believe is sustainable?
Okay, let me give the final answer to
Did she just say
Mosab.
thousands of children?
Well, are you talking about baby Kfir, whose first birthday was...
That's what I mean. Zeroed right in on it, right?
We're talking about, because Israel does not kidnap children.
I'm talking about
And
thousands
this
of
is not a
children, sir.
governmental
No,
policy.
they do, sir.
Even there is no such thing as thousands of children. The entire Palestinian prisoners, they
There's
are
no
not
such thing as a
even
child.
What is she talking about? Thousands of children?
Yeah, she's saying Israel has kidnapped thousands of children from Palestinians.
You have prisoners and people detained.
And they're taking the blood of these babies and soaking it in their matzah crackers. I read it. I read it on Jake. I read it from Jake Shields.
See, this is why Jews, in response to these accusations, will say blood libel, because it just sounds crazy. Okay, there are no thousands of children being abducted or taken captive. Israel has proper standards for detaining and arresting people, and that includes, unfortunately, even arresting in technical terms, by UN terms, children at the age of 17 or 16 or so, who come with knives or guns or otherwise explosives to attack and all that, and they are then charged and treated with this specific crime and locked up for a process. Israel is not abducting children, capturing children, thousands of them. This is entirely ridiculous.
Child, it seems, in your eye.
Mostly children. And please, when you say war crimes, you're just repeating like a parrot whatever they told you. There is no war crime. Israel is following the war protocol in Gaza, and I will never take the... No war crime. Israel is following the war protocol in Gaza, and I will never take the cover of those soldiers who are risking their lives on a regular basis.
You are the one that has been repeating yourself as a parent. I have silently listened to your rant of a narrative that is being abducted, and yet you keep pointing on Gaza. If you want to help me, you are going to discuss what is happening in the West Bank.
Oh boy.
How
many times did he sit there for long periods when he could have jumped in at any time and he just let her talk? And then as soon as he starts responding to what she just asked, she starts jumping in.
Oh man.
When she was the one, oh, you're pressing me earlier by interrupting.
Yeah, if you just stop cutting me off, I will explain it. But when nobody even cut her off.
What about the universities? What about the hospitals? What about the universities? What about what's happening in the West Bank?
Tunnels and bunkers
Again, you bring
and command centers.
Listen, your vendetta with Hamas is not a collective.
Wow. Okay, this is just imbecilic at this point. I have been quite respectful and all that, but just listen.
What about the hospitals?
Hamas?
What about the universities? What about what's happening in the West Bank?
Tunnels and bunkers
Again, you bring
and command centers.
Listen, your vendetta with Hamas is not a collective issue, sir. Your vendetta.
What are you talking about? This is a war between Israel and Hamas. Hamas is the one side that is fighting with Israel, and Hamas is, as it is proven, using hospitals. And we have seen it all. Hamas themselves reported it. Shifa Hospital, Israel went in there, took control of it, left, then came back unannounced, and it was full of Hamas and Islamic Jihad, and they clashed. and they destroyed the hospital and killed lots of Hamas members and Islamic Jihad members, and took many others of them into custody to question them, thereby proving and Hamas reported about it on their Telegram channel as it was happening, that Israel is attacking them and they are exchanging fire at the Shifa hospital. So they actually proved that they were using the Shifa hospital for their operations, which then also Islamic Jihad and Hamas fighters taken into custody admitted on camera. We have it all. So it is Hamas that is right there using the hospital as a military operation spot and fighting against Israel. He brings it up and she's like, oh, your vendetta with Hamas. What vendetta? Are you stupid?
Vendetta with Hamas, whatever it may be, is not a collective issue. Again,
It's not
this
a
is
vendetta
older,
with
this
Hamas.
is bigger than
Hamas
Hamas.
is a criminal.
Is
Hamas,
Hamas in the
dangerous
West
terrorist
Bank?
organization. We have to deal with
Can we
them.
try an exercise? Piers, can we just try one last
Yes, go exercise. Yeah,
thing? Can we
Well,
try
I wanted
an
to say,
exercise
actually, to your
and
credit,
remove Hamas
to, listen,
from the
to,
equation?
let me just say, to your credit to both of you, I've done lots of interviews and debates in the last few weeks, most of which have descended into slanging matches. You two have managed to avoid that for the main in this debate, and I appreciate the way you've allowed each other to speak and have your say. I think we get a lot further in trying to understand the complexities of the situation and indeed the passions on both sides. And I think you've both articulated those very well. So thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Well, that was good. Yeah, I must say that she was on average significantly better than any of the other people that I heard. Not in terms of her knowledge, but in terms of her conduct, at least. So
yeah, if she hadn't whined for a while and hadn't flipped out and interrupted him at the end, I would have given her an A for her demeanor during the discussion.
no, it's an A minus or something.
B plus.
Okay.
B. People really throw me off when they start, why are you coming at me? You're hurting me.
Yeah. Ben brought in an important point, that they were surgical AK-47s. Yeah, there is an argument that could be made where when they found tons of AKs at the Shifa hospital and other hospitals, that they were actually used for surgeries and not for
sometimes
fighting.
you got to be really fast during surgery. What are you going to use? Little scalpel? No.
Yeah.
AK.
This is a good point. Stefan Belayev said, is there a chance you speak with Mosab anytime soon? Is he reachable? I tried reaching out to him once again. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens now. Week said, I think we should let Israel and the Islamic nations fight it out and let the best God win. Who's God win? Islamoprobic said, do you flinch when you hear the name of Muhammad? I positively vomit. I have to go to the bathroom whenever I hear Muhammad. Sankey said, please be considerate. What if Rama's Sims are watching this stream? First she gets humiliated and now you're laughing. It will hurt their feelings. I understand them completely, to be honest. My TV said, have you seen on Memory TV an imam saying Pepsi stands for pay every penny saving Israel? I heard that when I was a child. And I still hear it. It is just, the Muslim world is so ridiculous when it comes to anti-Jewish conspiracy theories, that you hear these things all the time. Like Pepsi, did you know Pepsi stands for pay every penny to save Israel? Or the logo of Coca-Cola, if you inverse it, actually stands for no Muhammad, no Mecca. I've heard it all when I was a Muslim as a child. It's ridiculous. Oh, and these people then come out here and try to have debates with you. How do you think that turns out? You see it right here. Tarun Touch says, Mosab is so brave for joining the right side and leaving the cults, and even better for becoming a Christian and not atheist after leaving Islam. Yeah, atheists are terrible people.
They're pretty bad.
A. Hamilton Scripps said, David Wood's Dr. Seuss poem in Mosab's voice was priceless.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
It was pretty good. I don't remember it, but yeah. Ariwa, someone said, protester, we smell like fart for morons. We smell like fart for Mosab. What are you on about? I killed fart for you. Smell like the cow. This is indeed what happened. That was the best part of this debate. Adi Wasserman said, great job, Alan. You got someone who just blows kisses to debate the guy who would choose a cow over you and use 1.6 billion clowns. But she did do a good job. Yeah. Beatrice says, please make Mohammed meet some progressive non-binary college students in the boom boom room.
You could play one of those, AP. I seem to recall a picture of you with blue hair from one of your videos.
Yeah, I did have blue hair at some point. Beatrice said, please make, you already read this, what's wrong with you? Hunting Shark said, JVP be coming out of a mosque saying, how do you do, my fellow Jews? NES Ivan said, Jewish voice for peace. I promise I'm Jewish. Here, look, Hebrew letters. I actually took the time to write the Hebrew backwards. That's good. That's good. That's solid. Mark Schwartzberg said it happened the context of 20 years of continual Hamas terrorism against Israeli citizens. This is true. But how dare you say it began something. Jesse, these comic propaganda sponges should probably keep those free tents. They should. Ari Wasserman is talking about smooches. I give Mojab smooches on television. I still need to publish a clip challenging Mohammed Hijab to challenge Destiny to a debate. And Nastasia Filipovna Chornaya says, why is Israel colonial but Pakistan and Algeria post-colonial? That's the problem. You know what's funny? In the late 1940s, there was a Free Palestine movement. And that Free Palestine movement was actually the Israeli movement, the Jewish movement, the Zionist movement. You have flyers from 1947 or the 1940s that say for an end to the British colonialism, to the occupation, for a free Palestine. And it's Jews, it's Zionists wishing for a free Israeli country known as Palestine at that time. That's the issue. It is the Arab population that, after the creation of Israel, basically hijacked the name Palestine and started acting like it refers to them. No, Palestinian at that time referred to Zionists and to all the to the people living in that region. Palestinian football team was an Israeli football team, and so on. Stefan Milevich said, do you guys actually believe burqa ban was without reason, like France, terrorist attacks? What about smuggling and unrecognizable robberies?
No, I don't think we said there's no reason. I can come up with all kinds of reasons. I could probably give you 20 reasons. I'm saying you're on pretty dangerous ground that you need to be really careful of when you have governments saying, no, woman, you cannot wear that.
Woman.
So it's more of an issue of what kind of powers do I think the governments should have. And so, yeah, just not a fan of governments going out and saying, hey, you want to wear that on your head? Take that off. With that said, I understand that there are all kinds of reasons for doing it. I would just say, if it were me, I would rather a government not have power to tell women what they have to take off, and put up with the idea that women are walking around, dressed like frumpy ninjas. Then the government has the power.
That's true. That's pretty true. WUB said Gatzat did an interview with Mosab. I saw, yeah.
We've both been on Gatzat's show before, right?
I had him on my show. He
Okay.
wanted to invite me, he said, at some point, but it never really came to fruition.
Yep. He realized he already had the dizzle, so all downhill from there.
Yeah. That one Jewish girl said, Am Israel Chai. Very, very nice. Very, very nice.
I can only read backwards now.
Yeah. Yes. What else? Stefan said, no, I already read this. Nancy said, I love Mosab. I do too. Sid Dave said, funny how Muslims consider Israeli treatment of pales to be apartheid, but not their own treatment of women, LGBT, apostates, and religious minorities. It's not apartheid when Muslims do it.
Yeah, it's wonderful when they do.
Nastasia Filipovna Chornaya said it's now an attempt to change the 1945 order into a division between global South and global West. Israel is the center of the global colonial West. That's the attitude. What is true is that Israel is a frontier of Western culture, and those who don't realize it are not seeing.
You said not see.
Are not seeing.
You said not seeing.
Dova says that's actually pretty good. Dova said, "God bless you both from the great North Canada."
Let's just say north. From the north.
Yeah,
Just say that.
we don't want to be. We don't
Don't
want
be,
to.
don't be, don't be bragging about. No,
You don't want to be embarrassing yourself, Dova. So just leave out the Canada part and just say North.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do the flag. Any of that.
Yeah, because it just decreases your status in like public in the public. So that's that. And thank you. I appreciate it. Random Oak says nobody wants to recognize how
Nobody
deeply
wants to see.
awful.
Marshall, no more.
Nobody wants to recognize how deeply awfully large swath of Palestinian civilians are in their beliefs. Only Jews have agency and never Palestinians. This is true. Palestinians don't know better. Jews know better. They shouldn't be killing people when they're fighting them. When Palestinians kill people, it's because they don't know any better. When Jews do it, it's because when Jews do it, they shouldn't be doing it. Yep. Buddy Paul said the cow is chosen. I'm not Nabi Asli. His videos are 3D reenactment of hadith, which are hilarious. I know. You're losing your leather straps. This is true. There is a reason why Muslims will never make a movie on Mo. Imagine casting 50-year-old actor with the female lead who is 5 years old. Also showing Mo marrying his daughter-in-law. Islam would fall apart. There should be a movie should be made of Muhammad as a 53-year-old guy marrying 6-year-old Aisha. I'm sure that would go over very well. Maybe Disney should do it. Being Christ-like said, David Wood and AP, peace be upon you too. So thank you for your good work versus Islam. What's a good rebuttal to Israel has committed genocide in Palestine? You see, I would say
just say, hey, what's the definition of genocide? And then show us how Israel has actually committed what constitutes genocide. And so, but be ready. If the person just says, well, killing civilians is genocide, you have to be ready with what actually what genocide actually is. And if they're trying to water it down to something where any military in history has committed genocide, then they got a problem.
Yeah, I would just say, if somebody says Israel has committed genocide in Palestine, you see, I would say Palestinians have committed genocide in Israel, you see.
Yeah, and you're committing genocide right now. If we can just define genocide as anything we want, anything we don't like, we say that's genocide. Well, great, then stop genociding me.
Yeah, stop being a genocider. Sid Dave said Jewish people should have access to the Kaaba since it was built by Abraham, who left his footprints there. By the way, whose footprints is it actually? We don't know. It might be a Yeti or something. It might be Bigfoot. But yeah, so the Islamic story is complete nonsense. It wouldn't make sense at all. Goat Hub said there was actually some guy who was nobody knows the guy except Muslims. But there was this extreme hardcore right-wing Jewish guy who was like, well, they claim that the Kaaba was built by Abraham. And, maybe there's some reasonable case to be made.
You
so
see,
in this case, we should go. And
even the Jews admit it now. You see, they know it. They've known it all along. This is why they're planting darker trees, because they know the truth.
Yes. Sid Dave said Jewish people should have access to the Kaaba. I already read this. What's wrong with you? Gotap said, hey, baby, we have rebranded. Now we are a beautiful lollipop. Come on over. village boys and see how many licks it takes to get to the center.
That goat is wrapped.
It is.
Appropriately.
It is a wrapped lollipop. That's good. Tiger Hogan sucks. You have to pause so much during clips. YouTube is literally genociding you guys. Keep up the content. The nightmare people will never win. This is true. YouTube has unfortunately an acceptable form of ethnic cleansing where they have to pause frequently. Otherwise, they will genocide us with a copyright issue. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ebok Day, the protests are funded by Iran and Qatar. They hate America. Please know that Qatar and Arab nations donate hundreds of millions to unis. I do know that. I'm aware. Apostate Prostate said, IDF actually... What is this?
Oh, boy.
IDF actually has a globally implemented policy of Palestinian lingerie appropriation, mandatory for all soldiers in the army. That's what they do. I believe you just because you are me. So, Adriana Connor said Gaza is almost as densely populated as Tokyo, Japan. Is it really? I don't know. I need to look it up.
It's pretty densely populated.
Gaza is pretty dense. That's that too. Yeah. Gazans. Gigi Ryder said news showed dead Palestinian children. 3 17-year-old young men photos dressed in civilian clothes. There was news a while ago, which was like this kid going and trying to stab border police, and then was shot dead, and was reported as a child killed by the Israeli forces. That's what happens all the time. Lou Strapleri says, hey, Lou Strapleri, what's up? TikTok time for rooster. Why do some Abduls pronounce guar like Frenchies pronounce croissant? Magic backpack rap like Aledawa.
Hey, backpack, yeah. Magic backpack in the miggity mac the backpack.
Something like that. I don't know. It's kind of hard to do.
Dova said, the Great North, eh?
Yeah. Great North, eh?
Yeah.
Great North,
How
eh?
about no?
Autumn Sun says, as deeply as Israel touched you, AP, I don't think it will be too hard for you to get a visa. I'm sure they can always use more Arabic translators, and Hebrew would be easy to learn if you know Arabic. I don't actually know Arabic. I can only read Arabic. And I know a little bit of it. That's it.
You should do one of those immersion courses where you learn it rapidly, because they basically lock you in a place where that's all you're speaking for like 10 days, and you come out speaking fluent Arabic.
I'm scared. Lother said, if the trajectory continues as it is, I will choose the cow.
We'll all choose the cow.
Janara Division, can you guys give us any input on the falsified Srebrenica genocide in which the Gazia Mladich Ratko killed 6,000 male Bosniak terrorists? If not much educated on topic, please speak about this next. I cannot speak about this at all.
Nor can I.
Because I don't know enough about the history of it to speak about it. I barely know anything about the entire war, the fallout of the Yugoslavian problem, what occurred, and so on. You would have to ask somebody else to speak on that matter. And honestly, to be honest, it's not something that I would like to sit down and learn much about at the moment. Because all day I'm already thinking about the whole Israel thing. EMS says, im 20. Jahrhundert wurden so viele Fehler gemacht. Der Wiederaufbau Israels nach dem Holocaust war eine der richtigen Entscheidungen der Welt. This is a good point. Yeah. What it says, for all those ignorant people out there who don't speak German, is EMS says, in the 20th century, many mistakes were made. The recreation of Israel after the Holocaust was one of the correct decisions in the world. And I agree with that very, very much. Very, very much. And it is all proven once again why Jews need to have their own nation. Alhamdulillah. David the Goliath said, how come a Palestinian born in Jerusalem not have a state, but a Jew born in NYC, Ivanka Trump, and can move there anytime they want? How is that fair? I support Israel, but I feel Palestinians deserve a homeland. Well,
there's a reason. There's a reason. If they were to, they've had multiple opportunities to have their Palestinian homeland. They keep refusing it and putting people like Hamas in power. So the idea is you're not responsible enough to be bringing in way more people.
Yes,
you're not.
Yes.
You're not. So handle things responsibly. Stop supporting terrorism. Stop supporting genocide. Stop making it the entire mission of your government to exterminate the people on the other side of the fence. Then you could start looking forward to it. But the idea is you're in no position. I mean, keep in mind, what are Palestinians who want to go back to Gaza trying to do? They think it's a great place to live? No, those are people who want to go and fight.
Yes. David, in 1948, the Zionist movement, the Israelis were completely fine with the idea that the Arab population would create an Arab state, possibly among other options, and call it Palestine or call it Philistine. Yes, the Zionist movement, the Israelis, the ones who created the Israeli state, were totally fine with that idea. In fact, they were counting on it. They were taking it into consideration. They were thinking this is probably what's going to happen. They are probably going to create a state and call it Philistine. And they will call it Palestine in English. That's what they were thinking. And they were okay with it. So when you say, I feel Palestinians deserve a homeland, yes, so did the Zionist movement. They felt the same way. They also felt that these people should create their land. And others who are outside of that land, who are inside the Jewish land, should live in peace together with the Jewish people. That was their idea. It is the other side, however, those who are now known as Palestinians, who did not make peace with that idea, who wanted to take all of the land instead, and who have never come to peace with the fact that their aggressions against Israel have failed again and 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 again. Israel was specifically created as a state where Jewish people could emigrate to, and where they could live in peace and would never again have to rely on the mercy of others, where they would experience persecution again and again. So insofar, it is completely acceptable and expected that people who are Jewish would have the right to go there and live there. If your background is Palestinian, so-called, and you are very much known as a people to oppose the existence of this Jewish state, which serves as a safe haven for Jewish people, then I don't think you should complain about a right to go to that place. You should make peace with the world and look for peace in the world. Mulsak TV said, is it permissible to protect my zabi balls during prayer and avoiding the punishment of the grave? I would say it's not permissible. But scholars actually disagree on this matter. Yeah. NPC, but thank you, Mulsak. NPC said, I really wish David Woodworth would be invite to PM show, but too bad it won't be fruitful because PM can control the discussion by simply muting people. Piers Morgan, yeah. Piers, I know you're watching this. Invite me if you have the guts. I will humiliate you.
He won't do it.
He's scared. That one Jewish girl says, my friends can't comprehend why I decided to learn German. Also, Holy Prophet, you need to do a collab with Mosab. He's the best. I know. I'm trying to get in touch with him. He's just hard to get in touch with.
He's the best.
Thousands have been asking for it. Millions have been asking for it. All of humanity is asking for a collaboration and for an appearance of Mosab on this channel. However, it has not happened yet. Hey, we're almost at 2,000 likes. That's very nice. Autumn Sun says, just think of the powerhouse Middle East would be if Arabs accepted the Jews. I think about it sometimes. Can you imagine how if Egypt and Jordan and Syria and Lebanon and these countries were, if they had the same attitude and the same spirit, the same national spirit that Israel has, if they focused less on fighting and ideology and focused more on building and creating and inventing and flourishing, can you imagine how amazing the Middle East and the Levant would look? Instead of turning it all into crap by focusing on fighting and going back in time, it would be. And Egypt has so much potential. It would be a fantastic place. A collaboration between Israel and Jordan would be amazing. A collaboration between Israel and Syria would be amazing. But that's
why it's called. That's why Islam is called a retrograde force. The sort of core message of the religion is that the creator of the universe wants you to walk and talk and live and breathe and think and even go to the bathroom like a 7th century Arab. So it's always a pull back to the way things were 14 centuries ago. And just doesn't work well moving forward if you're always pulling backward.
Yeah. But unfortunately, they just want to fight and they want to take all of Israel. And then at the same time say, the Jews are conspiring against us. To which I can only say,
get the hell out of here.
All right. With that said, thanks for everyone for watching. This was actually a very fantastic show today, which I abruptly decided to do. And we had at some point like 3,000 something viewers. That was pretty good. And everyone was exposed to Mosab, Hassan, Yusuf, whose name clearly implies that he is actually Mossad personified. Everyone should be listening to him and get their thing together. Alhamdulillah. Thanks everyone for joining. David, anything else you want to get off your chest before you leave?
Nope. Just I'll be going live tomorrow at 6 with B.Apologetics and Daughter of Christ, who know the Arabic and have been going through the different Quran readings, the different qira'ats, and they're going to go through some issues with them.
Beast.
Muslims, you want a challenge, this would be the time to do it. You want to defend this? I don't even think at this point you can't even find a Muslim willing to defend the one Quran idea. So now they defend the idea that they're all sort of all the different qira'at come from Allah, and so on. So anyway, we'll see if that's correct tomorrow. It will be settled permanently forever.
Today's book recommendation is "We Should All Be Zionists" by Einat Wilf, which I recommend reading.
You should interview her.
That would be amazing, right? Oh, wait a minute, I did. You can actually go to the channel and watch my interview of Einat Wilf on what everyone needs to know about the Israel-Palestine conflict. It was a fantastic conversation. And for those who will see this and be like, look at this, he's promoting Zionism. Yes, I am. And so should you. Which is why you should be reading this. And you know what? I'm proud of that. Hey, wait a minute. I just saw in the chat I think Traveling Clat was just in the chat. Did I see that right? Did I see that right? I think I did. I think I did see that right. The chat is kind of lagging here on my side right now. But I think I just saw him here in the chat. Yes, Einat Wilf is awesome. She is amazing. I admire her. She is very, very, very good. And a fantastic speaker. Amazing speaker. Unlike me. Yeah, I think I did see Traveling Clat here in the chat. I can't see him now anymore. But yes. Anyway, we can message each other. And we'll have you on my channel soon, inshallah. Okay, thanks everyone. Have a fantastic day. And as always, bye-bye.
Stay away from Islam.